And it's such an honor to welcome you to the 2025 Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit, proudly featuring the Digital Awards, Digital Impact Awards Africa. You're very welcome. And so we are going to kickstart with our event. But before we start, we would like to have a prayer from someone in the audience. So I would like someone to volunteer to give us a prayer. Anyone?
Do we have a man of God or a woman of God within us? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for this momentous time that you've granted us life and opportunity to be a part of. We thank you, Jesus, that as we gather here, we've gathered to sharpen ourselves, as your word says, iron sharpens iron. Father, make us improve our nation, improve our communities and our societies, so that life will continue to live and continue to develop and grow for the glory of your name. We thank you for the wisdom that is going to be dispensed in this place, that will to grow us and make sure that our lives are better. We thank you for your Holy Spirit and the peace and the joy that you are granting us today. We thank you and we give you praise for the connections that we will also get out of this place, that will not go back the same way as we came. We thank you and we give you praise. In Jesus' name, we believe and pray.
Amen. Thank you for that wonderful prayer. So at this moment, I request you to stand up so that we have our anthems. We'll start with the Ugandan anthem and then we'll have the East African anthem. Thank you.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. That's it. We can have our seats. Once again, my name is Joy Mwesigwa. I'll be one of your co-hosts, but I won't be working alone. I'll be working with Chrissy Genyi from Morning at NTV.
Oh,
yes.
Whoa. Thank you. How are you?
I'm okay.
You're looking lovely.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we this morning? Welcome to this very grand occasion, one that speaks of the next generation of vision bearers that are transforming us. I'm glad to be working with a former president of an institution as big as UCU.
Yes.
Great. And she's also the lead at My Doctor. Good work that is being done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we go through what exactly we are going to be rolling with for the day so that our audience can be on the same page?
Yeah. So once again, this is the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit, and this is our 12th edition. And so this is the flagship event for the HiPipo Include Everyone program. And it is also where we have change makers, we have leaders, we have innovators coming to share ideas, to build partnerships, and to advance financial and digital inclusion. And this is the 12th edition of the Digital Impact Awards Africa, which remains the most influential and the most consistent platform that tries to celebrate those who use digital innovation to serve the connected elites, but not only that, but the underbanked, the underserved communities. And so you're very welcome to this event. Feel free to actively participate, share your thoughts. We're going to have panels here, we're going to have speakers. After every panel, you'll have a chance to ask a question and actively engage. So you're very welcome to this event. So for the program.
Great. We have with us a speech that has been put together, talks about collaboration and competition, how and where are players collaborating, competing, as well as remaining marketable. Now, many of us in our businesses do love to compete against each other, but one thing we must realize is that the people who are truly transforming our communities are collaborating. So no doubt, I'll be looking forward to hearing from Mr. Edward Kandabu, the Manager Sales and Business Development at InterSwitch Group.
Yes, then for our first panel discussion, we'll be having a topic from subsistence to scale, using technology to unlock market access for the last mile farmers. And the moderator will be Nonda Kofi, and we'll be having 4 panelists who will be coming here to talk about that. Yeah.
Okay, we shall also have a speech from Doreen A. Muhangazi, the Chief People and Strategy Officer at Power Bank Uganda, and the speech will be on From Traditional to Transformation, Postbank's evolution to Pearl Bank. That is a story that is still fresh in the media, and no doubt hearing from one of the honchos who are at the top of it will be a great thing.
Then we'll have the second panel discussion. We are in the era of digital credit, but at what cost? The good and the bad, challenges and opportunities for players.
All right, there's also spotlight on cross-border transactions, how MTN Momo's power to be borderless enables instant as well as inclusive payments across Africa.
Then we'll have a speech from the nexus between fintechs and driving sustainability. Our speaker will be Nathan Okata, who is the country product manager, transaction banking, Standard Chartered Bank.
Cleopatra Kanyunyuzi will take us into a look into the future, what fintech trends will influence last mile success to the industry.
Then we'll have Elizabeth Namaganda, the head of marketing and communications, Pride Bank, taking us from microfinance to commercial banking, Pride Bank's story of growth, innovation, and impact.
All right, that is the litany of speeches and engagements, including panels, that we shall be having. I urge each one of us to stay put for the duration of this summit so that you do not miss a thing or two. For now, though, allow me ask the guys at the control to play for us a video or a documentary, one that allows us to look into how HiPipo's Include Everyone program is changing lives across the COMESA region. That will be coming through, but let's first have some promos as that is being prepared. The documentary you will be watching is titled Borders to Boardrooms, How HiPipo's Include Everyone program is changing lives across the COMESA region. I would just like to urge each one of us to consider the hashtag DIAA2025 as one that we can use, especially for those that are active on Twitter. X. Damn, what the hell is happening? Am I too old? I'm not transitioning from Twitter to X. Please ensure that you don't fall into the pitfalls that my age is conditioning upon me. Let's have that documentary play for us so that we can have an idea of exactly how transformation is being undertaken.
Program, a groundbreaking initiative bridging the digital and financial inclusion gap in the COMESA region.
We are here in Zambia scaling our Include Everyone program. We are in partnership with the COMESA Business Council.
My name is Jonathan Pinfall, and I work as Chief Operating Officer for the Digital Financial Inclusion Program in COMESA. So basically, I'm leading the program whereby we are trying to integrate commercial banks and banks within the COMESA region. Apparently, I'm very happy, very excited with the collaboration that we have with the HiPipo.
In doing all of this, we believe that we will collaboratively build an economy that includes and benefits everyone.
Our main focus here in Zambia, we are concentrating on women who are doing cross-border trading, and we are in Mwami, Muchinji, one-stop border, and the Komesa market. Mwachoma bwanje. So what is it that you're selling here?
Utaka wa malamba, usipa ukulu, usipa ung'ono, si mwanza. Kusa makole, kusa masuku, kusa mango, kusa lemon, chihuahua. I'm selling baby clothes.
All right, we do seem to have a little bit of a hitch, but of course that is being rectified, and that video or documentary will be able to play as soon as possible. Again, very warm welcome to the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit 2025. Of course, it will be featuring the Digital Impact Africa Awards. This is something that has been happening over the last decade, and it's one of those amazing things that happen among especially the young visionary thinkers. Allow me to pay special tribute to Mr. Innocent Kawoya, as well as the team at HiPipo. I know many of us have interfaced with the team on many occasions, but we never really have an opportunity to give them their flowers, especially when they are in the house. So a round of applause for the gentlemen and the team at HiPipo. Okay, as that is being rectified, so as we roll and the pitfalls of technology are rectified, I would love to engage some members of the audience. Just like I've asked the question, many of us know the team at HiPipo and what they are up to. What would be your profound expectations from a summit, from an engagement, from an event as huge and as significant as this one? Joy, please move to the audience. I would love to hear from 1, 2, or even 3 people, for example, who have witnessed what transformation is, maybe know exactly how it feels like, and could have a thing or two to share, especially to those who are joining us for the very first time for this summit. Is there any one of us who is coming for the very first time for this summit? Your hand up. Can I have one person?
Anyone coming for the
All
first
of us have
time?
been around. Oh, wow. Great. The team at HiPipo, you have a whole body of supporters, no doubt. So, what are your profound expectations? This could be something that hinges on the past summits, the past engagements, and how you have been following this. Please share with us very briefly. I see we have a table of ladies and gentlemen. Can somebody share with us what their story of the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit is over the years? You could be a business person. You could be one of those that are leading the transformation in the fintech world. You could be a beneficiary of the litany of results that we have registered. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Mpanga from Standard Chartered Bank. We are very honored to be here. Today in the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit, I look forward to hearing the different speakers, the different panelists, dissect different issues and articulate different things. It's always a learning opportunity. And of course, the awarding ceremony later on. So I'm excited to be here.
Thank you very much,
you.
Ms. Mpanga. Ms. Mpanga is a transformational mind, one that is blazing the trail in the world of public relations and strategic communications. Thank you for honoring our invitation and being with us this morning. Anybody else? I know there's a lot out there that you want to share. There are some of us who have not been privileged enough to fully grasp the true transformational nature of fintech and how cross-border transactions, for example, are helping communities that are far-flung, but is also enabling those especially at the last mile, access critical financial services. Any one of us, we should be able to have around 2 or 3, and then after that, we shall have a good picture of exactly what our expectations are. Can you move to the back? When you are at the front, somebody might assume that you want them to move to the front, and that could be a little bit uncomfortable sometimes. Please, 1 or 2 people share with us so that we can have an idea of how you see things, especially from your point of view. Later today, we shall have the Digital Impact Awards Africa ceremony, and that is one that has been carried over the years by the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit. It's one that appreciates and honors the work of those who put in effort, creativity, but most importantly, the faith and the perseverance to push through any one goal, any one objective or vision that they have.
Chris, I have an idea.
You have an idea?
So, I'm going to move table by table.
Table by table.
So you choose someone on your table to say something. You can tell us what your company does, introduce your company, and then tell us something, your expectation for the summit, or something like that. So I will start.
That's a brilliant idea. It's a
this
marketing
table.
opportunity also.
Yes. So you choose someone on your table to say something, introduce their company, and yeah.
All right. There we are. Consensus. We are putting democracy to the test. The ability to quickly decide who your leader will be. There we are.
We choose Helen as our leader.
All right.
Okay. Let me take it on. Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Nelson Bamwine. I work with MTN Mobile Money Uganda, and being together here with my team. Of course, our expectation for the day is to hear from the different players in the market about inclusivity and how we can expand what for us we're already providing, our services, to see that everyone can be part of Momo, to hear the stories, maybe how Momo has improved the lives of people, how Momo has improved businesses, or how we've been part of the story to see that everyone is included in the financial value chain. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very
so
much. Find a table which has somebody that has accessed one of these digital loans. Just guess.
I guess.
Please, if they choose you, do not say we know you. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Who do we choose from this table?
There we are. There we are. That table has a lot of honchos, eh?
I know.
Hey, chief people officer, chief strategy, officer, the chief thinker for the organization, all these titles, and yeah. So it's always a good idea to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maxwell, and I work with Fido Credit. Fido is a global fintech and a digital lender. We serve the MSMEs in Uganda, and we are here to learn from the different players in the market, but also to grasp the opportunities where we can partner with different players for our digital loans. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I've been told that many of our guests in the audience will be joining us for panel discussions, and many don't want to reveal a lot of the wisdom and information that they'll be sharing with us a little bit later. I now know that our video, okay, let's have that. Let's have that first. Asante sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Magezi Alan. I work with Interswitch East Africa, Uganda Limited. I'm here with my team to represent in the Digital Financial Inclusion Summit. It's my first time to be here. Interswitch is a fintech company, probably connecting businesses, both corporate and SMEs in Uganda, and Africa and across the world. We do transaction processing and payments transactions. And the most, and maybe our mission or our vision is to reach at the last mile. That's our main focus. So when I see digital financial inclusion, it's not just about the word inclusion, it's the impact we have really had to the last mile customers. And that's what we are known for, and we envision to do more in the market. Yes, my expectation on this summit today is that, of course, I know, or we know our story. We've really moved the journey. So we expect to share that story with the rest of the members or the partners who don't know InterSwitch, but also to hear from those we don't know or those we've been hearing about, and they have those particular special services, would really want to hear from them, and then we catch up and partner and integrate. And I think that's the most really fabulous thing I expect in this summit, and I'm looking forward to having that. And then we are going to see our customers, the mama mbogas, the casual laborers. They really think that Digital Financial Inclusion Summit is a very big conference where those people in the boardrooms are going to move products in the last mile, and that's what inclusion is. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Can I have just two more tables?
Two more tables.
And we shall round this up and then go to our next engagement. You seem to be an intimidating person, Joy. Huh? Are you intimidating the tables?
When I'm
Not
moving
at
on
all?
the tables, people look away.
We have a formidable lady here who
Yes.
says, no intimidation,
Yes.
absolutely. All right. Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Winfred Nandaula. I am part of the Women in FinTech for HiPipo. And today I am here to also represent Nshuti Financial Consumer Advisory Center. And we've been having quite interesting conversations this morning with my colleagues, something to do with data protection and lots of agri-tech conversations, the associations. So for the expectations from the Digital Financial Inclusion Summit, we expect a lot of conversations that are moving the digital financial inclusion space forward, especially now that we have so many youth and micro entrepreneurs getting into the space and needing a lot of innovation. We need to also be very considerate of data protection, consumer protection, and so many other conversations that are not moving in silos. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we'll have one more table here. Okay.
You're on the table that has the man of God. And the Holy Spirit says he will speak.
Good morning once again. My name is Wycliffe Wangatia. I work with SchoolPay, a product from Finicom Technologies Limited. We are also into the fintech technology, whereby we are providing solutions to do with school fees management for schools. And I believe most of us, we've interacted with our systems, the SchoolPay codes. I know at least many of us here, parents, we've paid school fees through our system. And we know how much we've solved an issue around time management, whereby parents used to spend more time in banks. They would leave their stalls in the market, their shops, to go pay school fees. But for now, at SchoolPay, we've solved that you don't have to spend more time in a bank. You can pay school fees anywhere and at any time. So my expectation today is to continue to hear more conversations around how can we better our communities, our societies, as far as technology is concerned, and to see that even the person down there on ground can be included into what's happening in technology space. That is it from me.
Okay, thank you very much. I love the last consideration there. For the person, we usually say the person down there. And the reference is to those that are either hard to reach, those ones that are within the last mile. And many times, if no one is going to think about how they access services, how easy it becomes for them to do business, they are likely to be left out. Now, summits like this one and vision bearers like the team at HiPipo do ask themselves these questions. How do we reach the last mile? How do we ensure that those who are supposed to join us in the ecosystem that is the business world are actually there without encumbrances and are able to also get the opportunities that are available. Whenever you have somebody who is thinking on your behalf in a positive way, trust me, then the life that you live and indeed the rest of you, things become a little bit easier. I'm told that the disruptions we encountered earlier on account of the 31 Atlas comet that is disturbing astronomers right now across the world have been rectified, and we can now watch that video. It's Borders to the Boardroom, how HiPipo's Include Everyone program is changing lives across the COMESA region. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to watch this documentary.
Initiative bridging the digital and financial inclusion gap in the COMESA region.
We are here in Zambia, scaling our Include Everyone program. We are in partnership with the COMESA Business Council.
My name is Jonathan Pinfo, and I work as Chief Operating Officer for the Digital Financial Inclusion Program in COMESA. So basically, I'm leading the program whereby we are trying to integrate commercial banks and banks within the COMESA region. Apparently, I'm very happy, very excited with the collaboration that we have with the HiPipo.
In doing all of this, we believe that we will collaboratively build an economy that includes and benefits everyone.
Our main focus here in Zambia, we are concentrating on women who are doing cross-border trading, and we are in Mwame, Muchinji, one-stop border, and the COMESA market. So what is it that you're selling here?
Utaka wa malango. Usipa ukulu. Usipa uono. Si mwanza. Gusa makole. Gusa masuku. Gusa mango. Gusa lemon. Chihuahua. I'm selling baby clothes and baby trousers. Okay, let me just say on baby clothes, I sell preparation for pregnant people. So I just added the clothes for maybe from 5 years to 10 years children.
Okay. We have interacted with these women, asking them how the business is going, what are some of the challenges they are experiencing.
The challenges that we face more is that when, like for Airtel Money, if someone sends money through Airtel Money, sometimes we have those scammers.
Oh yeah, the scammers.
Yeah, scammers. You receive a message that someone has sent money, so can you please transfer that money? Yeah.
How are transactions done?
So do you take mobile money?
Yeah, we will.
You take mobile money?
Yes.
How much?
Yes. You give me 105.
104. The 5 is for withdrawal charges.
Yes.
How quick can you get your money if I'm to make the transaction here?
You send me into my Airtel account.
Airtel?
Yeah, it's easy to get it at any time and a minute.
What are the challenges they are facing in exporting or importing their goods?
When we order from Tanzania, we change the kwacha into dollar.
Okay.
Then when we send dollar there, then they will change it into shilling. Then they will buy for us.
Okay. How is it? Is it expensive to do that transaction?
It's expensive because there's a certain amount which they deduct.
Like about I think una pass. Passport. Okay, when going through, you need to go with a passport, not a pass.
And some of the problems they have mentioned is that the taxes are quite high, and they are paying a number of them, like 3: agriculture, health, and custom duty.
Process is difficult
the
board.
Why at the border? What makes it difficult? Duty. It's expensive.
Expensive. Maybe difference in day you can pay
less, but another day you pay high.
And then with the transactions, most people prefer cash. You like when they send you mobile money?
No.
You don't like?
Cash.
Why don't you like mobile money?
Withdraw, carry
Withdraw.
percentage.
Oh, they will cut.
They
When
will
you're
cut.
going to withdraw, they cut. What do you prefer that they use, cash or mobile money?
Cash.
You prefer they use cash?
Yes.
Why?
Sometimes you can have problem with Airtel money.
How?
Maybe they can send a fake message to you, so I prefer cash because I'm only working.
Which one do you like most, using cash or phone?
Cash.
You like cash. Also at the border, there are no formal forex bureaus. It is just the brokers. And these brokers, they don't have a stable rate. Sometimes the rate is low, sometimes it's high. So someone comes, they don't know what to expect at the border. Maybe they have carried this cash, knowing they are going to get a lot of goods, and because of the rate, they end up getting less goods, and also they have wasted time.
You buy things from Malawi while ordering them from here. They're using a smartphone.
It's not possible in Malawi because the rates usually change every day.
We are very grateful to all the participants that we have interacted with, the cross-border traders, especially the women. We thank Chipata Town Council for the assistance, the leadership.
It's complicated to trade in Africa, It's really, really complicated, and I think as young people, we must come up with solutions that will make our lives easy, and especially that of our women, our young people, who are the biggest traders, and building the backbones of various economies.
And also, we are grateful to the CBC, COMESA Business Council, and also COMESA Secretariat at large.
We've partnered with the HiPipo Foundation from Uganda to look at how we can leverage these digital solutions in order to improve the lives of women and youth at the bottom of the financial pyramid.
This program, in terms of the collaboration, there are three institutions. So we have HiPipo, we have the COMESA, and also our partner, the guests, and we're working collaboratively to see how best do we empower.
Okay, that video, documentary, short story, whichever way you want to call it, is a demonstration of the realities of business within the African setting. Looking at the market in that particular area, if you are not told, you could mistake it for a market anywhere across Uganda and indeed Africa. The challenges that they face are the same. Some people don't want to receive their pay on mobile money because they are afraid charges will be taken. Is that something that happens to us every day? You know, to the extent that even the beneficiaries of PDM are concerned that the 7,000 that is taken off the 1 million affects the PDM program. You know, that is how deep-seated some of these challenges and the mindset issues that we do grapple with. So they prefer cash. And then there was another challenge that I saw. You could have seen so much of what you relate with on a daily basis, but the aspect of changing currency, you know, especially for women who are in business across borders. You could, for example, say you're in Arua, but you want to trade in the Democratic Republic of Congo as well as South Sudan. The interchange, the exchange of currencies there is a bit problematic. Those who do it are brokers, and there isn't a clear mechanism. So you don't know who is exploiting who at what point. But when the woman in business is exploited, it becomes so disastrous because it disturbs the very foundation that the businesses are built on. The ones who are doing the fraud, for example, if they mistake a thing or two, they can get away with it. But many of these women don't. The challenges stay with them. Their money to be able to inject more capital into the business is affected. So these are some of the challenges that many of those who are trying to transform the way we do business are looking at. Joy, would you love to sell? Was that Mokene? What was it in that language? Pong pong?
Pom pom.
Pong pong.
Yeah.
All right. Then the next time I go to Zambia, I can just order for some pong pong. I hope they don't bring me a lot of it.
Yes. So at this moment, we're going to be having our first speech titled Collaboration versus Competition. How and where are players collaborating, competing, and remaining marketable? So our speaker is going to be Edward Kandabu, the Manager Sales and Business Development Interswitch Group. Join me as we welcome him to the stage.
Single or bulk payments for your business? Switch to Interswitch AutoPay. Simple, secure, and seamless. With just one click, you can make payments to mobile money wallets and bank accounts. Enjoy same-day settlement for all bank transactions and instant mobile money payments, giving your business a chance to operate efficiently. Switch to AutoPay today and pay smarter. Interswitch is regulated by the Bank of Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very good morning to everyone here. It's an absolute honor to speak at the HiPipo Corporate Awards, and where we are going to collaborate and also celebrate success. But vision, grit, and ingenuity that powers Africa's financial future is not a single man's game. But let me start with a bold statement. In Africa, your biggest competitor will also turn out to be your best partner tomorrow. The threat that we see is in you refusing to accept that fact. Today, I'll unpack the tension that is with competition, collaboration, where to draw the line, where to blur this line, and how different players, new, old, can jump in to see that we have collaboration fostered. Next slide, please. So why does this matter? Why does the topic of collaboration and competition matter? We're in a space where in Africa alone, we have over 1 billion people who are, first of all, mobile money fast or mobile fast. We have an explosive fintech ecosystem where people are innovating each and every day. We have telecoms acting as banks. We have banks acting as platforms. And we have regulators becoming innovators. And the truth of the matter is users don't care. Who wins? All they care about is simplicity. They care about the value and what is convenient to them. Looking at our regulatory aspect or the areas that we've tackled in some of the mega trends, we're looking at what the future of banking tells us. We are seeing the rise of neobanks. In Nigeria, you have players like Opay who are acting strongly as neobanks. You don't need to have a physical branch, to conduct a banking service. We're looking at the future of diaspora payments and remittances. There's been an emergence of multiple players who are pushing money from the diaspora into different African corridors. And what is going to be the difference at the end of the day? Should they compete? Should they collaborate? When a partner wants to scale, they look at who has presence in countries. Out of the 54, what's the coverage? As Interswitch, we're in 18 African countries. So if we have a remittance partner that wants to have presence in 18 countries immediately, please go back, in 18 African countries immediately, that will be realized immediately. We're looking at the regulatory environment today, one that encourages sandboxes, encourages collaboration. In Ghana, the license you attain in Ghana is one which can also use in Rwanda and vice versa. What's going to be the future for the licensing regime in Uganda? We're seeing more collaborations. What happens behind closed doors will actually go out in the light, and this will be to the benefit of the end user. So all these are areas that are going to speak into how we can foster the collaboration, when and where we can compete. And we also look at the unbanked population. In Uganda today, we see very good examples with the banks. One that's close to heart is Wendy, looking at what they're doing in the government initiatives with PDM, looking at the last mile distribution is something that we should also appreciate. Interswitch is no different. We are looking at serving still the unbanked population with different solutions, as we will demonstrate shortly. But those are different areas of collaboration which we can look into and see that we come out strongly based on the expertise, the intellectual capabilities of different partners, and see to it that we extend world-class solutions to the customer, because they don't care whose platform it is. And looking at the agent networks, in Kenya, one of the major success factors for M-Pesa was the agent network. From an article by Caleb Mwaru, he mentioned the agent network was one of the contributing factors to what made M-Pesa what it is today. We are seeing strong collaborations with banks where they are tapping into agent networks from different players. In Uganda, we have over 146 districts. Saying that you're going to be in each district might be a tall order. It may actually take you a month and a Sunday to achieve this. But where is the sweet spot? Are you going to continue competing in a closed loop environment and seeing that, yes, you'll use your infrastructure to see that in all the corners of the country you have your services extended? No. With InterSwitch, we've worked closely with the banks. With over 25,000 agents, we are seeing collaborations with NSSF, Centenary Bank, Salam, where they are able to extend their services in the far-to-reach areas of the country. Saying you're going to set up a branch or even buy an ATM will be a tall order. Could you move to the next slide, please? But what is it that we have always talked about? What is collaboration? What is competition? When you look at collaboration, we're looking at interoperability. We are looking at shared payment trails. We've seen a good example with FlexiPay partnering with Wendy to ensure interoperability. We are looking at instant transfers where one bank can remit money immediately to 18 other banks with one singular integration. We are looking at co-branded services, shared infrastructure, private and public partnerships where the governments are working closely with private individuals. We've seen this work greatly in terms of KYC and data collection, where UBA, the Uganda Bankers Association, is working with, say, Laboremas to ensure that KYC is collected and at the time of account opening, so the due diligence processes are actually conducted properly. And when it comes to competition, we are looking at what does that customer acquisition battle mean? Are we going to strongly compete for the customer? Are we going to have price wars as we are seeing when it comes to the remittance and IMTO players, whose main aim is looking at who's going to give them the preferential FX rate on that particular day, and then depending on whether you're convenient or not, they'll then channel traffic to the next player. We're looking at super apps dictating where the competition should go. At the end of it all, the customer has to benefit. So it is very important to see that we strike the right balance when it comes to competition and collaboration. But what's that sweet spot? It is co-opetition, where we know that all our efforts can actually be multiplied through different collaborations, knowing when to pull out, knowing when to jump in. Think of MTN Mobile Money and the commercial banks who are partnering with float and liquidity, but still competing in terms of the customer share on the payments. Think of Flutterwave and MS Africa, who have integrated across the different payment service providers, but are still carving market dominance within the African continent. Please move. So the question is, when and how should we collaborate and when should we compete? If we are looking at the infrastructure and the standards that are set out, in the event that there is need for us to share infrastructure, let us collaborate, because we know no business alone can afford the different CapEx expenditures which come in with, say, buying servers, purchasing servers, and that's where players like Raxio come in strongly, to see that they can provide DR sites where we can jointly benefit. In the event that we're looking at market expansion, I know speed to market is very key and very critical, but what is it as your business? What is your strategic goal? Say 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and 5 years from now. Are you going to think of being in 5 countries in the next 2 years? And what are you going to do about it? That is where collaboration should strongly come in as an essential pillar. Today we run different businesses, and the unfortunate bit is people often go on leave. Now saying you're going to be in 8 countries in under 2 years, and yet the situation in your workspace is that every after 4 days someone is applying for leave, then they take 2 weeks to come back. How will you scale? You have to look for a partner who has done the groundwork, who has understood the market, who has gotten the licenses and appreciated where and how the quicker wins will come in. We're looking at every institution having complementary strengths and knowing where we can both play to ensure that we can serve the last mile customer through collaborations. So in the event that you don't have complementary strengths, or if you do, please collaborate. In the event that there is product differentiation, you may compete, though to some extent. When you have your core product and you know this is a non-negotiable, please, we advise that you can compete strongly. We've seen areas where in some entities, customer service is a non-negotiable. One of the businesses within Uganda recently faced a social media attack where someone allegedly claimed to have seen a foreign object in their milkshake. And people came out strongly to defend that organization because they knew what that organization stood for. They knew the core values that cemented that business's principles. And knowing that, we have to equally pick a leaf and replicate the same within our respective institutions. We are looking at areas of innovation, research, and development. Let us collaborate to tap into the intellectual capabilities of each and every business out there, each financial institution. Because when we speak about financial inclusion, it's not a zero-sum game that one has to lose for another to benefit. We have to ensure that we are all on the table, speaking the same language, and benefiting from the intellectual capabilities and intellectual brilliance that we've all hired within our organizations. And yes, speed to market. When it comes to speed to market, there's always the first mover advantage. Those who have gone before always find and ground themselves firmly and extend different products that enable the market adopt, enable the market appreciate where they're coming from, and they're able to actually know their niche areas that they will serve and position themselves. Can we move? Please move. But again, while we are collaborating and competing, we also have to remember to be marketable in both modes. When it comes to your core identity, you should know why. Why are we doing this as a business? Why are we playing this? Why are we playing the hard ball? And why are we in the game? We have to know what makes you stand out as an institution. If you see that there is a partner who has a stronger brand than you, who has stood the test of time in the market, please know that you have to identify yourself. We have to continuously innovate. The wheel of innovation should always turn. Just because you've plugged into MTN or Airtel or any of the other big fintechs out there doesn't mean that you should close your blinds and your curtains to the wheels of innovation. You have to constantly monitor where the trends are, what are the new markets, and also looking at strategic partnerships. We have to remain cognizant of partnerships that stand with our core principles as businesses. If you're going to stand and collaborate with someone who will dilute everything that you've struggled to build, that won't be a smart move. We're looking at agility and responsiveness. Agility and responsiveness. Speed to market is key. So we have to ensure that in order to retain and remain marketable, we have to have speedy execution. If you're going to partner with, say, InterSwitch, in terms of extending bill payments on your channel. You also have to remember that as InterSwitch, we'll also be going out. They have a sales team that goes out, sell the bill payments. Do the same. Make noise on social media. Have different promotions that entice your customers to go. And in monitoring and adapting to the new trends, we also have to be sure to appreciate that what was once a collaboration zone will soon turn into a competitive battlefield. And the reverse is also true. What is a battlefield today will also be a collaboration zone tomorrow. Before, we used to see MTN and Airtel competing strongly when it came to price. If someone said, "Oh, Edward, I have money to pay you," the first question is, so take a MTN or take a Airtel, because we knew the cost which would come with that transfer. Today, it is a flat fee, say 1,000 transferring money to me. Today, if someone says, "I have your money," I'm just like, just put, regardless. And this is what we are seeing in terms of how the battlefields have changed, how that landscape has changed. We're looking at all players adopting an ecosystem mindset while we're looking at competition, while we're looking at collaboration. Know that you should work as part of an ecosystem. There have been conversations about the national switch. Yes, InterSwitch is doing its thing, but we also we are remaining grounded, we are remaining innovative. We know where the trends are, and we know that this is an ecosystem where all players have to benefit. The cake is enough. So we are optimistic about where that will lead, what that will speak into. And as we are both serving emerging and evolving markets, we should know that there are many and multiple opportunities for us, and we shouldn't shy away from standing firm in terms of going out there. Please move to the next slide. So as InterSwitch, what uniquely identifies us in the area is, one, our HATS strategy. In HATS, through the collaborations we have with different entities, we remain grounded on our core identity and our core principles. Yes, we will compete. Somewhere you see Visa and MasterCard, but as InterSwitch, we also have our own card scheme called VAV. So we'll compete fiercely for market share and to see that we extend the best product out there for the competitors. But that doesn't stop us from collaborating, because today we still accept Visa, MasterCard, UnionPay on all our channels. We are seeing with the HAT strategy, we are able to play strongly in the health sector. I'm seeing some of my partners here, Clinic Pesa, who has come out strong in terms of solutioning for the health players. If you want to save, you can save. In energy and education, we are doing tremendous work with some of our partners like KAU, where kids can go and have an ATM card that they can use in a closed loop ecosystem in the school. Same going for agriculture, real estate, transport, and social services. So yes, as much as we know that we have to compete, we have to find the sweet spot where collaboration will make the difference. And that is what we have to speak into, while serving our core customers. That is the financial institutions, the non-financial institutions, and also thinking about pushing financial inclusion. Please move to the next. So when you look at this, what comes to mind when you look at all these players? One, all these players they are platform-based. You look at Safe Border. Safe Border has the largest border fleet in Uganda, in East Africa, but they don't own any single borders. But through collaborations with private individuals, they're able to modernize how transport is. Same going for Jumia, one of the biggest e-commerce and retail spaces out there. Same going for Amazon and Shell. With Shell, they've adopted Dodo and Kodo, where we have dealer-owned and dealer-operated franchises, but they are still retaining market dominance when it comes to outreach. Imagine if they said they'll put up a fuel outlet in all places, all roads and all streets of Kampala and Uganda. And as InterSwitch, with our shared infrastructure, we're able to support the different partners that are within the Ugandan market. We're able to support the different banks, the different SACCOs and MFIs with our agent networks that we've built over time. Today, we're able to serve the banks in terms of doing their cash withdrawals, doing direct deposits, and to the MFIs, they can actually facilitate loan repayments from our channels. We also have ATM channels, over 750 ATMs out of the 989 in Uganda. Whenever you see InterSwitch enabled, just know the interoperable functionality of one customer from Bank A moving to Bank C and withdrawing money is enabled and facilitated through that ecosystem. Please move to the next. And what we are doing still to promote financial inclusion based on collaborative efforts is that we know and we are cognizant that collaboration, as I mentioned, and financial inclusion is not one man's game. As InterSwitch, we are working strongly to ensure that in the agriculture space, we come out strongly to support the unbanked population. See that we give them solutions that will give them identity and visibility. In the space, we've seen multiple KYC fintechs coming up, the likes of Smile ID, SamSub. And what this means to players out there is that through partnerships like those, you're able to conduct due diligence on some of these people. If you have a person from China, a Chinese national coming to Uganda and asking for a loan from one of the MFIs or the lending institutions, you shouldn't shy away from extending a loan because the database is there. If someone or if those players within the fintech, within the KYC RegTech space have done the heavy lifting of going into over 100, say 130 or 140 countries to ensure that they've tapped into the databases, they've tapped into the embassies to enable you as a player, as a startup, conduct due diligence, conduct PEP screening. That means out of the 195 countries out there, you have 70% of the global ecosystem when it comes to performing KYC checks, PEP checks. And with the shared infrastructure with Ghana, they've put up a shared CRB. So why shy away from extending a loan when the ecosystem is vibrant? And that is what collaboration does. That's what collaboration speaks into. It speaks into giving visibility to the last mile. And through partnerships like this, we have to know when to compete, when we should collaborate, and finding the balance. Please proceed. And still with the tea estates that we are working closely with, most of them hire refugee workers to serve on the plantations. And their aim has always been the same. We need channels where we can access money, and this is something that we are doing strongly. Please proceed. In the government space, we've seen collaborations both with the private entities and the public entities. As InterSwitch, through our vendor management system, we've supported the government of Uganda to have an accountable and transparent framework that also aids with reducing revenue leakages within the ecosystem. Wendy is doing the same. Multiple players are doing the same out there. We have Emata that's working closely with cooperatives. And we are seeing that there is a lot of growth and potential when it comes to competition and collaboration. And we shouldn't shy away. So the question of should we collaborate or should we compete should change. We should start asking ourselves, where do we grow faster as players in this industry? Where must we differentiate to win? And that will be our anchorage. So as Africa, because in Africa, building alliances won't be done by solo champions, but by a bold mix of alliances, rivalries, and game-changing ideas. So with all that which is said and done, we have to continue building this ecosystem together as smart collaborators, fierce competitors, and above all, as innovators. Thank you so much for listening.
Are you struggling to manage single or bulk payments for your business? Switch to InterSwitch AutoPay. Simple, secure, and seamless. With just one click, you can make payments to mobile money wallets and bank accounts. Enjoy same-day settlement for all bank transactions and instant mobile money payments, giving your business a chance to operate efficiently. Switch to AutoPay today and pay smarter. InterSwitch is regulated by the Bank of Uganda.
Thank you so much, InterSwitch. My name is Nicholas Kalunja and I'm the head of operations at HiPipo. I take this opportunity to welcome Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit that also features the Digital Impact Awards Africa. Allow me take the same opportunity to welcome our CEO, Innocent Kawoya, and also welcome Madam Sarah Kajingo, a respected journalist, respected marketeer, respected communicator, but importantly, the Vice Chairperson of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. Madam Sarah, we are happy to have you. Most of the people here are your members. These are private sector organizations, and they are happy to hear from you, and what you have them, what you are doing for them is commendable, but they need more. Thank you so much. Without wasting a lot of time, I know, Madam Chairperson, we have been late by 1 hour because our grandfather has been busy and working. People are using that as a reason for being late, but all the same, we proceed. We're going to have our first panel discussion under the theme from subsistence to scale, using technology to unlock market access for last mile farmers. We are very passionate about last mile because we believe that if last mile is served, everyone is served. We always say that an economy that includes everyone benefits everyone. Our panelists today are Mr. Pozake, co-founder and MD AgriShare. We have Mr. Eric Nana, co-founder and MD Mobipay Agrosystems Limited. We have Elvis Kadama, who is co-founder and CFO Izemat. We have Emily Sonia Nakabuye, who is co-founder and CEO Pesajet. Like you have heard, we have co-founders, and co-founders. But last on the same panel, we also have Mr. Andrew Wirobo, the lead technology solutions at MasterCard Foundation. Dear panelists, please take your seats. Emily Sonia Nakabuye from Pesajet, Andrew Wirobo from MasterCard Foundation, Elvis Kadama from Izemat, Eric Nana from Mobipay, and Mr. Pozake from AgriShare. Thank you so much. As they take their seats, please, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let us have the TVC from Get Clever. Thank you. All right, Madam Vice Chairperson and everyone here, the TVC that played is from Nonda Commodities, the makers of Nonda Coffee. This panel is presented by Nonda Coffee, and Nonda Coffee is a Ugandan coffee value addition brand. At the end of last month, we launched our first cafe in Saudi Arabia, and launch was presided over by Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Major Jessica Alupo. We are going to launch such 50 outlets in Saudi Arabia before expanding to UAE and Russia. Why this is very important is because we are exporting single-sourced Ugandan coffee from around Mountain Elgoni and Mountain Rwenzori, and adding value to it and selling it in Saudi Arabia. That is Nonda Coffee. Thank you so much. To start this discussion, yes, I said why we are, because I'm the lead of communication and marketing at Nonda Commodities. Thank you. Let me start with Mr. Elvis. Briefly introduce yourself and Izemat. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elvis Kadama, co-founder and chief finance officer at Izemat Africa, which is an agricultural technology company that enables smallholder farmers access seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, training, and market access. And we are trying as much as possible to extend digital technology in remote areas where most of us think it's impossible. Izemat is making it possible. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much. Let me hear from Emily Sonia.
All protocol observed, good morning. My name is Emily Sonia Nakawe. I am the co-founder and CEO at Pesajet. Pesajet offers purpose funding microfinances to families, farmers, and small business holders in East Africa. Currently, we've worked with over 100 farmers over the last period of 5 years. This year is our 5th anniversary, and I'm so excited for it. If you follow us on LinkedIn, you'll probably have seen the posts about it and all other social media platforms. Pesajet, basically for farmers, is providing accessible and affordable loans whereby they can buy farm input, they can access better markets and get better yields from their farms. And our goal is simple for Pesajet, for farmers, and that is basically to help subsistence farmers to scale through technology-driven finances. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me hear from Eric.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Eric Ajay, a co-founder and the managing director of MobiPay AgroSys Limited. MobiPay is an ag fintech, also based in the agriculture sector, with a more focus on making farmers financially visible to financial institutions. So basically, we focus more on the profiling of the farmers, linking them to markets and also to inputs, but with a focus of collections of the payments, and then also digitizing savings groups. Most of these farmers we work with are in village savings and loans associations, and therefore we are digitizing that box that they keep money in to ensure that if they receive money for the produce that they sell, they should be able to use that money to also save. And at the end of the day, it becomes secure for them so that we don't have issues of money going missing when the time of sharing comes in. So over the next, for the past 8 years, this is what we've been doing, working around the entire country with also strong presence in the refugee settlements. And currently we are integrated to MTN Airtel and also with Equity Bank. And we're looking at bringing these farmers who are unbanked and also out of the formal banking system through digital means, which they can also be reached through the banking system.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Now that we have heard from the co-founders, let me give the chance to Andrew to introduce himself and MasterCard Foundation. Thank you, Andrew. Please close on the microphone.
Thank you so much. I'm very delighted to be amongst co-founders. Maybe it's a blessing next time I'm here, I'll also be a co-founder of something. My name is Andrew Ilobo, and I lead technology solutions programs at the MasterCard Foundation in Uganda. My role basically focuses on developing initiatives within the digital economy portfolio and providing technical guidance and support to our partners so that together we can expand work enablement opportunities for young people. For those who are less familiar with the MasterCard Foundation, we are a Canadian charitable organization that works with a vision of a world where everyone has an opportunity to learn and prosper. Our work is guided by two charitable purposes, and that is to advance education and poverty alleviation. We primarily program within Africa and with indigenous communities of Canada. We have a bold target of enabling 30 million young Africans into dignified and fulfilling work by 2030. 70% of these will be young women. We are very intentional when it comes to inclusion, so we are reserving a 5% for persons with disabilities and a 3% to RDPs. These are refugees and internally displaced persons. We work through partnerships. We don't implement directly. We get into partnerships with local and international organizations, especially the ones that share our vision and values. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrew. I'm going to ask my panelists to be precise, accurate, and concise, starting with Emily Sonia Nakabuye. How do you describe the current state of adoption of technology by farmers in Uganda and East Africa?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that at the base of the technologies, we have mobile money, and that is Airtel and MTN. Those are at the base. They enable the digital transactions and payments. Then we have the USSD. And for people who have access to mobile phones, I think they get information through WhatsApp and communicate to people through WhatsApp. So for farmers, they use WhatsApp groups if they're able to access phones that are smartphones. Then we do have the more structured technologies, which are basically the fintechs. And these solutions are most important and valuable to farmers if they're solving immediate problems. For example, weather forecasting, finding buyers, transportation. And yeah, I think that sums it up for the technologies and how they're being adopted by people in East Africa and Africa at large. Does that
Thank
answer?
you, Emily. I don't know whether I'm allowed to brag, but Elvis, in Busoga region where you're doing amazing work, what is the current state of technology adoption by farmers?
Thank you very much. Being that we are developing technology solutions for smallholder farmers, especially in the Busoga sub-region, the technology uptake among smallholder farmers currently is still very low. And we tried to do a research as to why farmers are not taking up the technology as a serious thing which can enable them to advance their farming. And most of them find they have access to smartphones, but guess what? They don't know how to use them. And some of them tell us, sometimes I buy data, but these guys of MTN and Airtel, you load your data for 500 and in a few seconds it's done. So now I use the phone for phone calls and I no longer want to access internet. So that one is limiting people to really interact with the digital technology that is currently, we are currently advocating for.
All right, thank you, Elvis. And now, Eric, I mean, there is some good adoption, there is some good traction around technology. But of course, like Elvis has ended, there are challenges. As an experienced player in this industry, please, within 3 minutes, explain what are those challenges that are making it impossible for our last mile farmers to adopt technology and use it to transform their lives.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think as my colleague had said...
Close to your microphone, please.
Thank you. Like my colleague had said, adoption also moved with the challenges. But per GSMA report that was released about a month ago, Uganda's coverage of, let's say, 4G is about 96%. Across the country, and is one of the highest across the African continent. And we also have quite a good number of population about 75% within mobile network connectivity areas. However, the cost of the gadget is still expensive. So when you look at a small holder farmer who has 1 acre, 2 acres, and these are the majority, and a phone, to get a smartphone, the minimum cost will be around 300,000. And this person is harvesting twice in a year. That is about, the paycheck comes in twice within the year on seasonal basis. And someone is getting about 600,000 or even 500,000. Then you look at almost about 70% is going into the cost of buying the phone. You've also not put in the charges there. So definitely you find that this last mile don't see the importance of getting that phone. However, when you come to access, I always say that there should be a difference between access to the gadget and ownership of the gadgets. So when you have a household of about 6 people, you have someone having a phone within there. And then that also goes into the challenges who own the phone. And therefore, if you want to have a phone to carry out an activity that's supposed to go on to the work that they do, there's limited access to that. And again, obviously the charges. We have one of the highest charges in terms of mobile transactions. And this last mile don't have money on it. So when you couple it with the internet my colleague has talked about, with the cost of the gadget, then it goes into limited usage of the phone within the ecosystem. So when you have a service that needs internet to run on it and the cost that is also on it.
Basically to come up and make a case so that other partners can come and crowd in. So what we are doing in this space, for instance, is we are providing support to innovators through our programs. We are facilitating agtechs and fintechs to scale their products beyond their comfortable zones. And of course, we know that the comfortable zones are normally urban centers where they feel the OPEX is actually low and they can easily fit within that space. And yet the people we would like to support are the ones who are situated within the last mile, the remote places. So what we do is we provide a bit of, it could be grant funding or concessional loans through our programs to support innovators to customize their products and services so that those products and services can reach their last mile. In addition to that, we also support them to be in position to extend their services to those specific areas. An example is through our programs, we are supporting agtechs to reach the last mile, Karamoja, Busoga, Yumbe, deep down in Arua, the borders of Uganda and Sudan, borders of Uganda and Congo, the locations where normally a business wouldn't really feel comfortable to go because of the costs that are associated there.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Andrew. As we proceed, dear co-founders, like Andrew has said, MasterCard is supporting. I will request you get Andrew's contact. If they haven't supported you, Izemat in Busoga, PesaJet in Greater Luwero, MobiPay across Uganda. Andrew is here, is the technology lead at MasterCard Foundation. Thank you. Emily Sonia Nakabuye, from the farmers you are engaging, please make me understand, how is your platform PesaJet helping them? What service is it given to the farmers that they couldn't get with other platforms?
Okay, so in my introduction, I mentioned that PesaJet offers microfinances. Now, that may be a bit of a fancy term, but I'm sure you all know it. So I will simplify it. It offers loans, yes, purpose funding to farmers. And we do this in the sense that we give these farmers access to suppliers whom we aid them with money and pay them. So the farmers can get, supplies from these suppliers and use them to better their farms, get yields, and then pay us back. Now, we've been doing this in a group kind of way. In a group kind of way, that is to say, we partner with, let's say, you're 5 there. So on that table, if I'm not conversant with your names, so forgive me, the lady in pink comes and she wants to support her farm, right? She will have to come with other 4 people who are on her table so that they can access funding. That improves the security for us. Yeah, so basically that's how we're helping the farmers. We enable them, connect them to suppliers who can give them farm input that they can use to get yields. And later on, we connect these farmers to people who can potentially buy from them, and they can, get better access to market and get finances that they can use to refund the money we've given them.
Thank you so much. I have a question I want to ask you around digital credit, but I also know that the next panel is about digital credit, so maybe we shall keep the question for that next panel. Elvis, please, what does Izemat offer the last mile farmers that they didn't have? What opportunities are you presenting them?
Thank you very much. What Izemat is offering to farmers is that we are helping these farmers to reduce costs, reduce risks associated with trying to access inputs. With the conversation we've been having with these farmers for the last 3 years is that most of them have been traveling between 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers to access trading centers where the local agro-dealer shops are located. And right now, with our Izemat platform, farmers are able to access all the inputs in their hands using their smartphones, and they are able to get information. We are very aware that government has agricultural extension officers, but you find one village having, actually one sub-county having one extension officer, but how many farmers do we have in that whole sub-county? And when you try to ask these farmers, do you know your extension officer from the local government, tells you, I don't know him or her, and I've never met with this person. But we are trying as much as possible to help these farmers access digital extension services. And how are we doing this? Most of our farmers have feature phones. Even those with the smartphones and they can't afford the cost of data, we are using phone calls. So we provide personalized extension services to these farmers because they are dealing in different crops and they are experiencing different problems. So we personalize the services or the extension depending on farmers' need. Another thing is providing them access to buyers who pay them competitive prices. Farmers for over the years have been cheated by middlemen. A middleman earns more than 50%. So what we are doing is that if HiPipo is an aggregator and maybe buys fresh vegetables or buys maize or watermelon, instead of bringing a middleman to come and see this farmer's garden and then he goes and gets the buyer, we are connecting a farmer directly with HiPipo who buys the tomatoes, who buys the watermelons, such that this farmer benefits 90% and the farmer only remits 10% to Izemat. And also we are trying to make it possible for the farmers to go digital when it comes to payments. We've been talking about cash, mobile money, and what we are doing, if a farmer sells the agro produce, instead of the buyer giving cash to this farmer, the buyer pays money to Izemat because we are the interconnector of the two, and then Izemat transfers the money to the farmer on the phone, and it's working. Farmers are buying inputs using mobile money. They pay money to us, then we offer them inputs. So what we are doing is really a lot, and it can take me quite 15 minutes to explain.
Thank you, Elvis. Yes, Mr. Eric, I know in the work you do, you collect data, farmers' data, a lot of it. Please make us understand and give us assurance. How are you as fintechs, agri-techs, ensuring that this data is safe and is being used for the right purposes?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's one of the things that is really coming up these days. And I may say that MobiPay, as an organization, we are regulated by the Office of the Personal Data Protection. And therefore, there is a consistent audit that is done on us as to how we collect the data, what type of data that is collected, and how you use that particular data also. And therefore, through that, we have been asked, and currently we are also undertaking that we have a data protection officer within our organization. But when it comes to the field of work, you ask yourself, who owns this data? Is it the company, is it the partner, or is it the farmer? Interestingly, it is the farmer who owns the data. And most times we profile them without seeking their consent. But per the data protection regulations, and also we are also regulated by NITA, we have to seek the consent of the farmer. So even on our apps, there's a consent form. Then when the farmer says, no, I don't want this data to be captured, the app will not even allow you to proceed. Now, when we pick this data, what are we using it for? That is the question. So there are pockets of businesses that is developed with that kind of data. So we have the personal data, and then we have the transactional data. In my open submission, I made mention that we want to make these farmers financially visible. And I'm happy that we're going to be talking about credit in the next panel, which I believe that we've gotten to a point where we need an alternative credit scoring for these farmers. Because the farmer is not your typical me and you who have monthly salaries, and therefore Pearl Bank can look at it and come with me with juicy offers that I can pick a loan from, and when I fail to pay my house, we get consent before the data is used.
All right, thank you for that. The majority of the farmers are women and young people. Like you see, Emily Sonia Nakabuye, below 20 years, co-founder, Elvis here, below 30 years, co-founder. I will not speak about Eric. What must be done to ensure that women and the youth that are in agriculture are actively involved, are able to use these technologies to transform their lives and their communities altogether?
Thank you. I'm also a young person in spirit.
I know.
So that topic actually touches to the core of what we do at the Massacred Foundation. If you remember, our Young Africa work strategy focuses entirely on young people, and majority of those young people are supposed to be young women. So we've become very intentional when it comes to how we develop our programs. We ensure that it's entirely developed for young people, be it in agriculture, be it in the digital economy, be it in access to finance. It's entirely developed for young people. And because of that, we've been in position to learn a couple of things. One, the young person has to be in the room when, say, you're designing a product for them or you're designing an intervention for them. We believe you can't design a solution for a young person without their input. So what we've done during our co-creations, we bring them in the room, bring the rest of the stakeholders, share our concept, and then validate from them whether it actually makes sense, so that the interventions that are developed beyond that are actually curated by them. Additionally, we've seen over time that through our work, we've been providing young people a couple of support as they participate in our programs. We've been providing, for instance, kits, agricultural kits for young people, scaling them, providing digital devices, that's a range of digital devices, from cards, post machines, access to finance itself, amongst others. And we've seen that without the involvement of gatekeepers, the young person actually struggles. And in some cases, we've seen gender violence being reported. So to mitigate all that, we include the gatekeepers. By the term gatekeeper, I mean the husband of a young woman, the brother, the father, the mother, the guardian, basically. Otherwise, it would be fishy if, say, I'm married to a 30-year-old, and every day she's telling me I'm going for training, and she comes back in the evening. I don't know what training she's going for. Then we've seen cases where men are complaining. You've gotten a phone, a post. You know how fancy a post looks like. You've gotten a post. Have you gotten another man who has given you that phone? Have you gotten it so that you talk to other men? So involving gatekeepers when you're designing for a young woman basically gets them to participate. So what we do is we bring them in the room when we are sensitizing so that they understand the reason behind why the young woman will perhaps at the end of the training get a kit, or the reason why we are supporting the young woman, however much she may not have collateral, be in position to access credit. We have a program we've designed recently in the coffee value chain, and it's entirely focused on young women. And if you look at young women, they don't own land. So when we put them in the room and trying to basically validate our concepts, they were like, for starters, we don't own land. How do you expect us to participate in this coffee program? What we did, we looked at the nodes, the value chain nodes of coffee. And they were the young women themselves telling us, now, for me, since I don't have land, perhaps I can participate at this stage and so on. So we believe involving them within the development of specific interventions can get them to participate fully. And the intentionality of putting them in the room, especially the young person or the young woman, basically enables you to unlock their participation within the agricultural space. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I would have wished for this to continue, but I've been advised that we are time bad. Gentlemen in the room, I would ask you to first clap for Elvis and Eric. The gentlemen in the room should clap for Elvis and Eric for the amazing presentation. Gentlemen, please clap for Elvis and Eric. Thank you. Then after, gentlemen, please clap for Andrew for saying the truth about you. Why don't you want your women to have nice phones? Gentlemen, please clap for Andrew. Gentlemen, please clap for Andrew for the amazing work. Now I'm going to ask the ladies in the room to clap for Emily Sonia Nakabuye for being on a panel, a single lady among 4 men. 3 men that are supposed to be 4. One of them failed to reach on time. Emily Sonia is 19 years old, and as I invite Madam Sarah Kajingo to take a photo with them, allow me brag that Emily Sonia is my daughter. Thank you so much. Gentlemen and ladies, Madam Sarah Kajingo, please take a photo with our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. Rio Art Films and the team. Met Images, please. Gentlemen, you may stand up and lady for that photo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Like my friend King of Radio Appiara usually says, whenever they tell you to clap for people and you don't clap for them, in the future, your son or daughter would need claps and no one will clap. It is just good manners that you clap for others. When people are winning, clap for them. When they are losing, pray for them. It's just as simple as life. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, this is the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit organized by HiPipo and partners. Yes, Andrew, like I noted, the innovators need your contact. Emily Sonia, make sure you get Andrew's contact. Elvis, make sure you get Andrew's contact. And Elvis, thank you. Thank you so much. Please play that TVC.
And in just 2 years, over 500,000 users trusted Clever to receive, save, and spend smarter in dollars. But this was just the beginning. From freelancers to remote workers, from creators to entrepreneurs, we had one message loud and clear. Clever shouldn't be limited to just one country. That's why today marks a new chapter. Clever is expanding to Uganda, bringing the same trusted experience to even more Africans. Now, people in Uganda can receive USD directly, convert to local currency instantly, spend globally with clever virtual cards, save in stable coins like USDT and USDC, and earn rewards through clever badges.
This is more than an expansion. It's a movement. It's about empowering Africans everywhere with smarter, simpler, and borderless money solutions.
Tukusanyukide, Uganda. Welcome to Clever. Okay. Good morning once again. Good morning. Once again, this is the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit, and you're very welcome today. Hope you're enjoying yourselves, hope you're learning something, and we want to remind you that we want this to be as engaging as possible. So for the next panels, we'll be having you asking some questions, so prepare so that we can also have feedback from you as the audience. So for our next session, we're going to be having a speech titled From Traditional to Transformation, from Post-Bank's Evolution to Pearl Bank. And our speaker will be Doreen A. Mohangazi, who is the Chief People and Strategy Officer, Pearl Bank Uganda. Join me as we welcome her to the stage.
No matter how far we go, home is always in our hearts, but support shouldn't come with struggle. With Wendy Mobile Wallet and Western Union, money now moves in real time from around the world straight to your pocket.
Thank you. Good morning. Please allow me to stand on the protocols already observed. I am delighted to be here to speak to the captains of the future of the financial services industry. I think most of us who are in banking are secretly scared because we know that the fintechs are coming for us. Any bankers in the room? I see 2 hands. Any fintechs in the room? You can see by the stats. I think what has delighted me more is to be invited to speak about the story of Postbank, now Pearl Bank. Not because they are my employers, which is actually very important because they feed my family, but this is beyond a paycheck, mainly because Pearl Bank now represents a beautiful story that all of us as Ugandans should be proud of. It's a story of possibilities, right? It's a story of what Ugandans can do when they set their minds, onto something and pursue it with a lot of aggression. Because I was asked to do a very simple job of telling a story, storytelling is what I will do today. I'll take us a little bit backwards in terms of where Postbank started from. The year was 1926. Anyone who was around then in the room? Nobody. That's about 99 years ago. Next year, if Postbank was still in existence, it would be 100 years old. Yeah? So I keep saying that we are old and young at the same time, which means that we have the wisdom of the sage and the energy of the young, right? Whoever is moving the slides, please move to the next slide. Postbank, 1926, right? So Postbank was established in 1926 mainly as a savings department of the telecommunications company then in the country. Thank you very much. And the intention then really was to encourage savings among the postal service users, but also provide financial services to the same people. Fast forward, In 1998, I don't know if anyone can identify this building. Sorry? Post office, yes. So then the post office was still the parent of the bank. In 1998, under the Communications Act, the bank was officially incorporated, transforming it from just a department to a state-owned financial institution. It became a limited liability company, fully owned by Government of Uganda. It is still owned by Government of Uganda, so it is your bank. It's owned by you guys. As you can see, we were among the very few banks that were existing then. Right now, the market is saying something completely different. From 1998 to 2019, we operated as a Tier 2 institution, which is a non-bank financial institution. These are some of the photos that we picked from our database. I don't think we still have any such colors of Postbank that appear anywhere. But what's important to note on this slide, which is also relevant to today's discussion, we had mobile banking. If you see the photo that has the president, that was a mobile van that was also a bank in itself. To date, we still have 14 mobile vans, and the intention is to provide or to allow every Ugandan, wherever they are, to access financial services. So these vans would move to the most of the remote of areas across the country where the traditional bank was unable to set up a branch or presence. So if Innocent had organized awards back then, I think would have been the best analog financial inclusion summit winner. I don't know, or something in that line, yeah? So we've actually been on this journey for quite a bit. Fast forward to 2021, December 2021 to be very specific, we became a Tier 1 commercial bank. We joined the 27 banks that were already playing in that space. And shortly after, the regulator wasn't very kind. They introduced the capital cap of 150 billion if you're to remain a Tier 1 bank. So you can imagine what happened thereafter. Chaos. However, I would like to briefly speak about the journey between 2021 and 2024. And I think that's where most of us have come to learn about Postbank, which is now Pearl Bank, right? It is believed that before you soar like the eagle, you must strengthen your roots. In 2021, something fundamental happened within the bank. A new leadership team was onboarded to drive the transformation. There was a lot of investment, very heavy investment in technology, right from the basic technology like having a functional ATM, and I think banks like Centenary would frown at that that's obvious, but for Postbank, in 2019, it wasn't obvious. Far from obvious. The ATMs used to be non-functional. Yeah, so we invested, or the shareholder invested very heavily in technology, but not your basic technology that we know. By then, 99% of our transactions used to be over the counter. So you can imagine how long the queues were within the branches. The good news right now is that only 10% of our transactions are within the branches, which means that 90% of the transactions are over the phone. So there's been a sweet reversal of operations. In terms of the preparations, we decided to build from the inside out. When we speak about Pearl Bank today, people think that we're just going to start changing and, going through an internal transformation and coming up with new products. No. The bank has been on this journey for quite a while. Over and above onboarding, the people aspect of things, making sure that you have the right resources, both, from an executive or leadership perspective, but also across the bank. We went ahead to establish stronger governance frameworks, stronger boards, risk management systems, etc., to make sure that we lay a strong foundation for a proper functioning bank. 2021 to 2024, a lot of internal transformation happened. This one, I'll say it with a very low voice. We went through a restructure. Most employers don't like saying that, but it was necessary. Over and above the restructure, we made sure that our people were trained the right way, with the right skill set that would propel the bank forward. We went through a culture transformation journey that we dubbed Race Up. Very exciting times for us as an institution. However, we noticed that that wasn't enough. Internal transformation is not enough if you're not relevant to your customer, to your shareholder, to the people that bank with you. Along the way, we realized that traditional banking was never going to cut it out for us. We were not going to become the #1 financial institution in the country by doing or offering services in the financial services space the same way that we did yesterday. So we started reimagining the future. What would a future customer want? How would a future customer want to be served? What kind of products would they want to be able to interact with from a financial services player? And because of that, we started introducing a lot of things, within the tech space. We innovated and introduced digital products. We innovated and introduced digital loans. I don't know whether any of us knows that you can actually access a digital loan from Pearl Bank without coming to the bank. It is true. You can open a digital account wherever you are and be able to transact. But most importantly, the discussions, the conversations around technology led to the birth of Wendy. I know Edward and the previous speakers have slightly spoken about Wendy. Right? Just a minute. All right. So before I speak about Wendy, I would like also to just mention that as we're going through the transformation, prior to 2021, we had about 33 branches across the country. This is our presence right now. We have about 60 branches. We have ATMs across the country. But most importantly, we've grown our agency base over the last 5 or 5.5 years from 400 agents to 7,000 agents. And I think end of this month, they're likely to be almost 9,000, right? And I think the lady spoke about the need to provide or extend services closer to the people. The intention of the agency network is to make sure that a Ugandan, wherever they are, in the absentia of a traditional brick and mortar branch, they can access financial services from an agent. The tech solutions speak to what I had earlier alluded to, the heavy investment in technology. But all this investment wasn't enough. We still felt the need to drive or to take financial services closer to the last mile customer, which is really in line with the beautiful conversations that we've been having since morning. In terms of statistics, and if you read the NDP4, 3.5 million Ugandans are out of the money economy. Their lives evolve around subsistence, livelihoods or survival. But what's more appalling is that 15 million Ugandans are unbanked or underbanked. And so the intention for us in developing Wendy was to make sure that we take or we enable Ugandans wherever they are to access financial services. If you're a Ugandan in Uganda and you don't access financial services, it's truly by choice. Because with Wendy, with a mobile number, it's very easy for you to save. You can save. You can send and receive money, which is local remittances. You can save as a group, over and above saving as an individual, and right now our offer is 10% interest, very close to the unit trusts. You can save as a group, both a formally registered group, but also an informal group, a group of girlfriends who are saving for a trip, a group of boys who are saving for, I don't know what boys save for. For what? Yeah. You can save as a circle. And for circles, we actually have a stronger value proposition where we even offer a platform for you to manage your day-to-day operations. You can send and receive money across the country, and these are the international remittances that I was speaking about. This we started this year through a partnership with Western Union, and to date, the uptake is amazing. You can pay bills, your utilities, you can send money to your girlfriend's wallet. You can do whatever you want to do on Wendy. So back to what Bill Gates said, I think back in 1999, that banks will not be needed, but banking services shall definitely be needed. And so the intention behind Wendy is banking can happen anywhere and everywhere, wherever you are. You don't have to be in a bank for you to access financial services. I liked what Edward, I think, mentioned earlier on, the very first presenter. He said that in terms of financial inclusion, you have to look at simplicity, you have to look at security, you have to look at convenience, and that's what we're trying to offer with the Wendy tool. But beyond Wendy, which really speaks to the fintech space, we're also very keen in powering the Ugandan economy. And we have a very heavy interest in terms of supporting SMEs. Why SMEs? SMEs are the largest employers in the country. They contribute maybe over 90% to our tax base. What else do SMEs do? A lot of things for the economy. But also it's believed, I think it's a World Bank report that said that for any country to progress and to move forward, their SMEs have to be strong and they have to be strengthened. So we have a very keen interest in serving SMEs across the country. This photo, this slide really speaks to what we've been able to achieve in terms of SMEs. I could have put photos of farmers that we've supported, coffee exporters that we've been powering, manufacturers that we are funding, etc. But for me, this speaks heavily and loudly because this is recognition by Bank of Uganda in May this year. The first one, we were recognized as the overall best performing bank when it comes to SBRF. SBRF is Small Business Recovery Fund. And again, to the SME discussion. The second one was the overall best performing bank under the SCF. SCF is the Agriculture Credit Facility. Why agriculture? Uganda is an agriculture nation. I think all of us know, we don't have to delve into the detail. The other recognition that we recently received was a sustainability recognition or certification by the European Organization for Sustainability Development. This was after 18 months of hard work of us being audited, our books being checked, our products, our relevance being assessed, etc. Under sustainability, what are we trying to achieve? Beyond the environment, which is a key element of sustainability, we're looking at powering the economy through SMEs, and specifically to the priority areas of agriculture, tourism, mineral development, as well as science and technology. Under society, which is one of the pillars that we track on sustainability, we're trying to assess the impact that we have on your normal, typical Ugandans. So we track ourselves in terms of the jobs that we're creating in the country. We track ourselves in terms of the underserved communities that we are bringing, into the money economy and the like. And of course, the environment, the impact that we're having on the environment. We're trying to reduce paper usage. We're looking at the energy consumption, water usage within the bank, but also we're going a step further and assessing and tracking the same with the businesses that we fund. I recently read a geeky joke around the environment. When the discussions around climate change and the environment are happening, most people roll their eyes backwards and they don't think it's relevant. So this joke said that if you think the environment is not important, try counting your money while holding your breath. You definitely faint. So you need the air, you need clean air for you to be able to sustain, your wealth year in, year out. Of course, with all these things and the initiatives that we've been able to do, our performance has been incredibly well over the years. However, we realize that we have done an incredible job from 1926 or 1998, if you decide to count when we became a financial institution to date. But for us to be able to move forward, for us to be able to have an impact on the country, we needed to change our outlook. I'm sure there are certain things that I said today that most of us didn't know were happening within, the post-bank of then. So we needed to change this outfit. We had cleansed ourselves, we had worked out, we had made the muscles, we had lost the weight, we had shedded off, the unwanted weight of our bodies. However, the outfit was still the same. And so because of that, it was limiting. If you look at post-banks globally, they thrived during a certain era. But from the 1990s to date, they've dipped. I think the one in Kenya is under receivership. The one in Germany dropped from being among the top, I think 5. Now it could be among the, the bottom tier 1 institutions. So we want to be able to shed off that history, that clothing that is limiting in nature and say we're here, but most importantly, we are a Ugandan bank. We're trying to relate who we are on this new journey that we're embarking in with Uganda. Uganda is known as the Pearl of Africa, so really our name, Pearl Bank, draws inspiration from Uganda's own identity. It symbolizes beauty, resilience, transformation, which is really much like our own journey, as I've been narrating. But most importantly, we're making a grand promise to Uganda that we're here to prosper, to foster your prosperity. That for every Ugandan, wherever you are, and whether you're Ugandan by birth, citizenship, or residence, we're here to make sure that you're financially included. But if you're running a business, we can power you, we can fund you, we can walk the journey with you. As I conclude, I think I've spoken about this. That's our purpose, fostering prosperity for Ugandans, as well as the 2 high-level goals. Driving sustainable financial inclusion, that's the fintech space, because we believe that it's not possible for the bank to open a branch everywhere. It's impossible. And then the second one, which is stimulating entrepreneurship and services, is really powering the SME space. What's our promise as we transition? We want to be a reliable partner for growth and prosperity. We want to be a trusted indigenous bank. We are already trusted. We have a customer base of over 2 million customers, but we believe that we can even tap into the other 44 million Ugandans that are not banking with us as of yet, including the children. And lastly, we want to be a bank for Ugandans. We are already a bank for Ugandans, but we believe that we can actually walk the journey of prosperity with them. What I didn't write here, and which I should have included, is that we also want to be a digitally native bank. We are aware that the cheese has moved. The traditional bank is being replaced by fintechs, and I think that's where I started from. The heavy investment that I've spoken about, all the initiatives that we're doing in the digital space, in technology, is to make sure that as we progress in terms of the kind of services that we're offering to Ugandans, we don't forget that the bank or the future of banking is on the phone. The future of banking is convenience, is simplicity. I really liked what Edward said, is convenience, simplicity, and quick access, which is what we're trying to drive. We want to ensure that wherever you are as a Ugandan, whether you are a border rider in Arua, a market vendor in Barara, a landlord in Kisoro, a businessman in Kololo, we can serve you and we can actually walk the journey of prosperity with you. So allow me to stop here and wish you a very lovely day. And I really look forward to walking this journey of prosperity, whether it's in the fintech space or the entrepreneurship, the SME space. to ensure that we all get better, we make this country stronger, but also we increase or improve the lives of our people. Thank you very much.
No matter how far we go, home is always in our hearts, but support shouldn't come with struggle. With Wendy Mobile Wallet and Western Union, money now moves in real time from around the world straight to your pocket.
All right, thank you very much. On behalf of the HiPipo Foundation and on the behalf of members present today for the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit, as well as the featured Digital Impact Awards Africa, we would like to extend our goodwill and congratulations to Pearl Bank upon the restructuring and reorganization. So a round of applause for the lady from Power Bank. Our next engagement is a panel discussion, and the theme is, we are in the era of digital credit, but at what cost? The good, the bad, and the ugly. We have panelists, and at the mention of your name, lady or gentleman, please make your way. Sophia Mukamwiza, Marketing Manager, Fido Credit Uganda, please make your way to the podium. Wilfred Wabwire, Regional Manager, East Africa, Jumo, please make your way. Crispinas Onyacha, CEO, Clinic Pesa. Raymond Peter Chuanuka, Managing Director, Cray Microfinance. And Winfred Nandaula, Finance and Programs Lead at NFC AC.
Sound. It's a feeling. Yeah. It's a vibe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this panel. In the interest of clawing back on critical minutes lost, I'm going to ask each one of us to use a minute to tell us about your organization, and then after that, we shall proceed with our questions. Let me begin on my immediate left.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Wilfred Wabwire, Regional Manager for Jumo, East Africa. So that entails Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. So Jumo, we are a fintech that delivers credit and savings products. In partnership with mobile network operators. So in Uganda, that would be Airtel Money Uganda and MTN Mobile Money Uganda. We also deliver credit in partnership with capital providers, where we provide the infrastructure and then they provide the capital. So we've been in Uganda for now coming to a decade. On MTN Mobile Money, we provide the Mosente credit service, while on Airtel, we provide the Wewole for both consumers and agents. Overall, in Africa, we're live in about 9 markets. But as I said earlier, for East Africa purposes, we are in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and we're also looking for more markets to be able to open operations. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, lady.
Thank you so much. My name is Mukamwiza Sophia. I work with Fido Credit. Fido Credit, we are a fintech where we do extend digital loans to the underserved and the unbanked communities. We are in Africa in 3 countries, where we are in Ghana for over 10 years. We are in Uganda, where we've been for 3 years now, and we've just opened up in Zambia as well. We've served over 1 million customers across Africa, and we do continue to enable individuals and small business owners to capture opportunities through financial inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Onyancha Crispinus, CEO and founder, Clinic Pesa. What we do at Clinic Pesa is typically closing the gap of finance and healthcare between the two verticals. We provide a wallet for savings, loans, but we also do a lot on stock credit for healthcare centers, pharmacies. We're also into the medicine space as well. Yeah, that's what we do. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Winfred Nandaula. I am the Finance and Programs Lead at Nshuti Financial Consumer Advisory Center, an independent and private organization which has partnered with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to cover the gap for financial consumer protection, and this is for the whole of the financial ecosystem. And today, this morning, I'm here because the digital space is one of the key areas that has been identified to drive financial inclusion, and Nshuti is proud to be working together with the HiPipo Foundation to push the agenda for financial inclusion hand in hand with financial consumer protection. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raymond Peter Chiwanuka. I serve as the founder and managing director of CRE Microfinance. And at CRE, for the past 13 years, we have modeled ourselves into a digital-driven microfinance company where we do loans and offer micro-saving services. And we do this through a number of digital-driven channels, through our mobile apps, USSD. We've introduced internet banking. And most recently, we joined the ATM network through a collaboration with InterSwitch Uganda, further making it easy for our customers to access financial services. Our mission is very simple: to make financial services easier, safer, and more inclusive. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, our panelists. And as we go along, I'm going to ask that you be a little more combative and assertive in voice so that all of us can be able to capture, especially on the wisdom that you'll be sharing regarding our discussion. Let me begin with Sophia and Wilfred on the current state of digital credit adoption in Uganda. Your own footprint is one that speaks of services being provided across regions in Africa. Who is borrowing, on what platforms, and for what purpose? Wilfred first.
So thank you very much. As I indicated, in Uganda, we partner with both Airtel and MTN. And since inception on MTN Mobile Money, we've served close to 2.7 million individual borrowers. On Airtel, we've served to approximately 7 million individual borrowers. That's on the consumer side. While on the agent side, specifically for Airtel Money, we've served around 134,000 agents. That is, to give them access to the credit which they use then to be able to support and facilitate the agent networks. So that is in terms of, overall, customers who have used our services. When you take it even, further down, we see that around 64% of our borrowers are MSMEs, which is an important metric that Jumo and our development partners measure, because as you know, MSMEs usually, are your market vendors, your border riders, the youth. So it's very important to continue, measuring that. But that is standing at around 64%, and we've also seen that of the MSMEs, 33% used their loans exclusively for business purposes. The previous speakers also spoke about agriculture. We see that around 11% of our borrowers, obtain their income from, from agriculture, from farming, and the like. And we also measure how many of our borrowers are women, and we see that about 30% of our borrowers are women, because these are some of the metrics that are really important if you are, to drive the agenda of financial inclusion. Use cases, what do customers actually use our credit for? We've seen school fees at around 19%, emergencies at around 18%, medical at around 10%, and we've also seen bill payments. So the way we design credit as Jumo is that we do not make our credit prescriptive. As long as we find a customer eligible for our credit, and they have, we predict that they'll be able to repay their loans, we'll extend them the credit, and then it's up to them to choose how they use the credit. So we give them that choice in terms of how to use the credit. Thank you.
Sophia?
Thank you so much. So when we talk about the current credit space in Uganda, digital credit, as FIDO, we see this is a space which is still growing, both, especially with our consumers. There is a lot of understanding, trust, which is being shown towards digital lending. And when we talk about the people who are borrowing, we are looking at mostly the informal sector, because 70% of our population, the businesses, are informal. These are people who do not have collateral, they do not have security, and our loans we do extend are collateral free. We base on things like credit score, consumer behavior, and here we are able to extend these financial services to these people. At FIDO, we see a biggest number of our customers being market vendors. We do extend these services down to the grassroots. We go to these markets, we go to Kalere, we activate. We also see, we have the border riders. We also have the salaried people who just need a quick fix within the month so that they can make it to the end of the month. So different people are using loans for emergencies, quick fixes, and to grow their businesses when it comes to the small business owners. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Raymond and Winfred, adoption of these various facilities comes with a lot of challenges. Many of us on the observer side we see over-indebtedness, to the extent that one telco had to devise a means of not being able to take more than one in order to allow for people not to get overly indebted. These are but just one of the challenges. Talk to us about how you navigate these particular challenges for your customers. Winfred first.
Thank you so much. The challenges that are within the digital credit space are quite immense, and apart from over-indebtedness is that there is a lack of effective oversight in most of these fintechs. So you find most of them are not being supervised because of the lack of governance structures, so they are not qualified to go and get the licenses and get into spaces where they can get technical assistance, maybe through grants. And this has really hindered most of their operations, and this has ended up pushing them in a space where they are driving market more. And in such instances, you find that they are just causing a whole space where people are just able to go to them and borrow. I think that is one of the key things that we have identified as we've been engaging with the different fintechs. Thank you.
Raymond, data misuse, fraud, these are all challenges that you are navigating, but the customer out there hopes that all oversight processes have been worked on to ensure that they do not become victim. How are you navigating that?
Thank you. Data misuse is one of those very big challenges that we are getting in the digital credit space. Customers are not sensitized on which kind of data is being collected to be used for what exactly and how it is protected. And many times when you're trying to, borrow money from a particular application, you're cut across two questions. One, are you trying to give me a loan, or you're simply trying to marry within my family? Because ideally, you're collecting pictures, you're collecting contacts, you're collecting literally everything. So I think as players, and specifically at Cray, we have enabled a take and touch model, whereby before we actually collect your data, we actually tell you we need A, B, C, D, and also assign a human agent to clearly take you through what is going to be collected in the languages you understand best, so that this customer gets to know that their data is safe and it's being handled professionally.
All right. Talking about transformative potential of these facilities, Clinic Pesa is something that I'm sure many of us have encountered, especially if you're used to buying drugs, medicine off the counters across the pharmacies around town. Talk to us about Clinic Pesa's transformational potential and what exactly the vision is.
Okay, so thank you so much. So transformation potential, when you look at, for example, different sectors, whether it's healthcare, whether it's school fees, whether it's going about the day-to-day activities. When you look at digital credit, there's quite a lot of opportunity for inclusivity, most especially sectors like healthcare, whereby it's a sector where no one is actually always looking in to include. As you heard from my colleague from Jumo on his statistics as well, healthcare also plays a key role from general credit as well. It's a sector that when it calls, it needs to actually be attended to. Many people, when they come for healthcare services, in most cases, you find that they don't have money readily available. And so with digital credit in place and inclusivity, well, let's say, for example, an inclusivity, anyone from around the country and about actually has an opportunity to also take part in being able to access these services because now they can be able to afford to pay for it. I believe in the sense of transformation, the element, the diversity is quite wide. We've seen a specialization in two different sectors. Let's say, for example, even stock credit, the informal sector that does not have, let's say, a form of financing. We've seen agent credit and quite a number of other specializations in form of digital credit. So I believe that digital credit with regards to transformation is there's quite a lot of opportunity to actually be enhanced, to be tapped for different players to look into this and then being able to collaborate and extend credit across these lines here.
All right. Thank you very much. Our next question goes to Raymond and Sophia. When it comes to repayment obligations, there is a bit of challenges there, and many customers never really know what their repayment obligations are. Many of us, I must include myself because over these platforms I engage once in a while, have trouble making out interest rates. At what rate is the money supposed to either, what am I paying in terms of interest and at what interval? How are you ensuring that your customer is really aware of exactly what their obligations are? Let me begin with Sophia on that.
Thank you so much. When it comes to repayment, it is an interesting topic if you ask me. One, we are digital. Someone does not see you. You don't see them. And they are so sure they can get away with it. And we are putting so many mechanisms in place, but I would say the most important is to educate. There is a gap when it comes to financial literacy, I should say, given the customers we are working with. Many of them are not so tech savvy. Much as there is penetration of smartphones, it does not necessarily guarantee that they actually know how to operate these smartphones. So we are taking a very big step when it comes to educating our customers. Fido Credit, we are purely digital, but we've gone ahead to meet our customers where they are. We go to the markets, we do activations, we actually also teach them the details. Because most times when someone is getting a loan, they're simply interested in the money. They do not take a step to understand what are the interest rates, when am I supposed to pay. So we do believe an informed borrower is the best borrower we can have on our team as Fido. So we do take time, educate them. We are very transparent with our interest rates. And we do have a team as well which handles collections, where we do take empathy very seriously, because I do understand when it comes to the biggest challenges consumers have had with digital lenders is harassment when it comes to collections. So we take this seriously, and we remind people. We also have grace periods whereby if today was your due date, we can still give you 2 more days ahead. Weekends, we do not put interest. So we do put all these different mechanisms in place to enable customers pay on time. Thank you.
All right. Maybe, Raymond, you can also talk to us about that transition from what some might term as harassment to data privacy, when information begins to go out that so-and-so, you borrowed from us and you're not paying. So here we are. We're calling up just about everyone that is in your network. And there's a way they always know the numbers that are frequenting your call logs. How is that being done?
Oh, thank you. I think awareness in the financial space, specifically the digital credit, has to be very practical and very simple to understand to the customer that we are serving. First and foremost, we need to embrace a culture where our applications communicate clearly to the customer what the true cost of the loan is before they press that accept button. So at CRE, we have tried to do that, and when you move to application, it clearly shows you how much you're taking, the fees involved, the interest you will pay, and over what period of time. But also, we need to develop in-app tools to make sure that everything about the loan is clear, but also add an extra whereby our apps are translatable in languages that in the markets where we serve. Also, we could also adopt community trusted channels, because the customers we serve are either border riders, they are also part of community groups like churches, women's savings groups. So I believe in the markets we serve, people learn best from the people they trust. So if we embrace such kind of community channels, it would go a long way in making sure that people get encouraged to use the digital channels and not look at us as harassment channels, and also look at us as friendly people and who are offering a service that they need, but also to make sure that they actually pay when they take the loans. So in the aspect of repayment, we can also include having a communication before the due date falls, and not just coming through when the person has actually defaulted, and then we come off as harassment.
All right. Winfred, this is clearly a challenge for industry players, including many within the room, but also for regulators and policy makers. How do we strike the balance between innovation and consumer protection?
When it comes to consumer protection, it is not just about the laws and the rules. It's a lot to do with empowerment, which has an element of education. Like my fellow panelists have highlighted, it is key to have a lot of awareness in the space of digital credit, a lot of advisory, the inbuilt tools where someone can go in and get all the detail on the kind of product that they're taking on should be incorporated in there. So the issue with the policies and the regulators, it is not possible for them to do it on their own. So it requires an effort for everyone to come on board with this. That's why we have the Financial Ombudsman Services, independent, away from the central bank and the ministry and every other player, so that we are able to reach the consumers, get the voices, the innovators, get the voices, the associations, and have a concerted way of having a proper way of doing the advisory, the education, and the awareness to have an informed customer and also promote responsible borrowing. Thank you.
Okay. Wilfred, there is transparency at a certain level, no doubt. It's something to write home about, especially the digital credit scoring systems. There is inclusivity. It's something that is markedly evident. But there are those of us without formal financial or banking histories that want to adopt quickly to this service. How is that being made easy, but also something that can quickly cascade to allow for everyone else to be part of the facilities?
So, thank you very much. So the way we have approached it as Jumo and with the support of our mobile network operators is that when a customer is to take our services, we are not going to come to you and say, provide us A, B, C, D. We are building on what, for example, MTN, Airtel have already done. That is mobile money. So we'll just look at your usage behavior on those platforms. And then from there, if you're eligible, then we'll be able to reach out to you. So that creates simplicity on the customer side in that I don't have to provide onerous additional requirements. So that is number one. Number two, and it's been a key theme this year, has been around, and my colleagues have talked about it, financial literacy, because an empowered customer is a customer that is bound to make the right decision. So if they know what they need to do to access the credit, and after they have accessed the credit, how do they need to defend it, like timely repayments and all that stuff, then that customer is setting themselves up for future success. We've also seen that when customers, when a fintech puts in place robust consumer protection, mechanisms, the customer also benefits at the end of the day, which means if I have an issue, if I have a query, where do I go? Then that customer, if they have any question about your product, they know who to contact, and that empowerment which they get ultimately sets them up for future success.
Okay, our very last questions go to Raymond and Crispinus. Crispinus, answer first. There are aspects about affordability and ethical conduct, but there's also impact on low-income communities and rural populations. Earlier, we heard about the feature phone. Many of us right now have smartphones, but there are Ugandans who are still heavily dependent, not by choice, but the circumstances keep them on the feature phone. How are we ensuring that partnerships and models are built to ensure that they are on board?
Okay, so thank you. So the element of affordability, of course, when it comes to digital credit, it is a crucial element. expensive credit leads, of course, to people to default as well. But the costing, I know recently this year, actually the tail end of last year, there was a cap on interest. Interest capping it to about 2.8% on the digital lenders. That is, of course, this excludes the banks, but then still gives you room for, still gives the digital players room for charging maybe access fees. Regulators have played a key role in costing, whereby the costing is capped at 100% on a particular product that is actually being issued out. This is in costs and interest. Now, when the digital credit is affordable, then it is easy for the person in the rural area to as well consume, and then they are able to pay. Of course, when people sit in boardrooms and organize, structure these products, one of the things that brings the element of cost is the risk. So the higher the risk, then of course people cost it a little bit more so that they can be able to cover this risk further. But with better data collaborations and partnerships, whereby you can be able to look at data, transactional data. Let's say, for example, if you partner with the MTN and Airtel, then you're able to get data that is attached to a customer, and this data can guide you on how much can you be able to extend to this particular customer. So that way, we're able to still control the element of cost and the impact. We get a better, not a negative impact, but a positive impact with regards to what the credit that you have actually issued is actually going to do.
Raymond?
Well, I believe the future of finance is in partnerships and not silos. Because when you look at the space that we are trying to occupy, like you said, the kind of customers we are serving, not by some of them don't have these smartphones. So the fact that they don't have smartphones, it also means they also don't have formal financial histories like you mentioned earlier. What we can only get is their financial behavior. And individually as a fintech or a digital credit provider, there is no way you can get this information unless you partner with MNOs, with fintech companies, with NGOs, utility companies like National Water or UEDCL for now. So I believe when we partner with these companies, we are able to formulate clear financial behaviors on which we can be able to leverage how we are going to be able to give out this credit. And when we do this, we are able to get fairer pricing. For example, if we partnered with MNOs like Airtel, MTN, we're able to curate fairer pricing after knowing the turnovers of these people, because I believe even the person with a feature phone at least has a mobile money account somehow, somewhere. Then we can also come up with blended financing for vulnerable groups so that we can be able to offer finance that is customized to them. Then I've also seen agri-tech companies, so you can also come up with value chain financing for people like farmers so that you have things or products designed around them. So yes, partnerships are quite important in our space, and they can help us a long way in trying to work around the costs on which we give the service.
All right, thank you very much. If I were to answer the question as our theme reads, era of digital credit, but at what cost? The good, the bad, and the ugly. Given your discussion and your insights and perspective, I can say that the good largely outweighs the bad and the ugly, and that the ugly and the bad can quickly be twitched to ensure that each one of us is on board. So, I would like to give the audience an opportunity to ask a question, but we're going to restrict it to 2 so allow my mode of democracy to rule over right now. I want 2 questions from the audience. Joy, please, can you move a microphone? 2? Where are the hands? We have, by the way, students here. Are they pupils? Students.
Pupils.
Let's say learners. All right. We have one of us, a learner. Please ask your question. Tell us your name, your school, and then your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Mackenzie, and I'm from the Olive School, and I'm in primary 6. I would like to first of all thank you for allowing us to be here, because I realize we are only the young people here, and I would like to also thank you for enabling us to learn about digital and financial inclusion. So as a pupil at the Olive School, I am interested in school fees solutions. So 1, how is Jumo helping our parents? And 2, do you have school fees products? Thank you.
All right, Jumo, you have a question direct to you. How does the parent out there get comfortable ensuring that those memos don't come through? On Monday, your child will not be allowed to enter school. Do we have another question from Alana? All right.
Good morning. My name is Talia. I'm also from the Olive School and I'm in primary 6. I'm very privileged to be here. And my question is, in my understanding, I hear you're talking about digital finance. So how can a parent deep in Kotido be able to access this digital finance to pay their fees instead of going through the long run process?
All right.
Thank you. One question was for Jumo. And the one for Kotido is for Fido Credit.
Fido Credit.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, there we have it. Jumo, somebody wants to understand, how are you helping Papa and Mama get around the school fees dilemma?
So thank you very much. Remember I indicated earlier that at Jumo, the way we've structured our products or credit is such that we will not prescribe to our borrower the purpose for which you're borrowing. So the moment we credit score a customer, we reach out to them, they take a loan, we trust that they can use that product. So we give you the choice to use our credit as you would want. So to your question, we've seen that actually 19% of our borrowers in Uganda use our products for school fees, especially during that time of the year. It's one of the highest use cases, especially when it's school going, season. School fees is higher than bill payments. It's higher than emergencies. It's higher than medical. So that gives you the context that Ugandans, that your parents are actually borrowing, using our products to pay for school fees. Thank you very much.
Sophia, I think the parent in Kotido, if the question by the good lady is anything to go by, might be concerned about accessibility and affordability.
All right, thank you so much. Like I earlier mentioned, Fido Credit, our product is purely digital. This means it can be accessed anywhere in the country as long as you have internet and a smartphone. So these are the requirements for one to be eligible to have a loan with Fido. 1, you need to be a Ugandan who is of age, that is 18 years and above, with a national ID, because we are required by NIRA to make sure the names in your line is the same person to avoid fraud. So you should have a smartphone and access to internet, of course, regardless of where you are. You could be in Gulu, you could be in Barara, or right here in the central. You will be able to draw credit. And from here, you asked how can this help your parent. The parent is able to sort different emergencies like school fees, or it could be sending you pocket money midweek or midterm, or it could be investing in that business, which in return is going to be able to pay for your school fees. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists for answering our questions, but also sharing critical perspective and insight on the aspects of digital credit, at what cost. They've talked about the good things, and no doubt we can carry that forward. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me relieve you of the podium and ask that we have a photo opportunity in line with protocol, and I will ask that our good panelists please stand up. Camera persons, you're now in charge, and then I'll have Madame, please do us the honors and come and be with our panelists for the photo opportunity. Meanwhile, as we get ready for our next engagement, will be a speech that will be coming through. So panelists, stand right here. This moment must be registered and act in history as part of the great transformers that graced the occasion. Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists as they make their way to their seats. Thank you so much. All right. The engineers there, please, can we have an advert play as we're ready for our next engagement?
It's a feeling. Yeah. It's a vibe. It is timeless.
Yeah, and I don't take no Panadol. I love the pain and assassin though. Don't need a matador. Talk that bull, but you just an antelope. Gifted to lions like Santa Claus. How you run the game when you know Manico dropping the problem and antidote.
Sound is black.
Yeah.
Wow, blacklife.com. A round of applause for that. Every time an advert runs, every time a promo does, it connects so many things in your mind to the realities of the market, but most importantly to what decision you should be making and how you make it. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me announce that we're going to be listening to our third speaker today, and it's a spotlight on cross-border transactions, how MTN's Momo's power to be borderless, enabling instant as well as inclusive payments across Africa. And speaking to us will be Helen Kirungi, the Senior Manager, Bank, Tech, Loans, Savings, Investment at MTN Momo. Lady, you're almost welcome.
Useless. Abroad, and just before you put the phone down, the money has arrived. The power of a borderless Africa, and it's happening now. Ladies and gentlemen, Momo, and I'll be delivering this speech on behalf of MTN Momo. It is an honor to join distinguished guests here, visionaries, policymakers, regulators, fintechs, banks, and everyone here, all protocol observed. Allow me to express our heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of the Digital Impact Awards. Thank you for providing a platform where fintechs, where
banks, where institutions are able to connect and collaborate with everyone out there from a digital perspective. So when MTN introduced mobile money in 2009, it was simply a belief that everyone deserved the benefit of a modern connected life. Right now, it's turned from just a belief, and it's quite transformational. It's parents being able to pay school fees. It's people being able to take a loan. It's customers out there being able to invest with the investor. It's merchants being able to sell their produce out there. And it's very many of our delegates out there in the diaspora sending money back home. And also many of us sending money abroad. It is now more digital. It is now more financially inclusive. It is a farmer in Lira being able to sell their produce within an instance and not having to take a taxi to make a payment. And that's what Momo is all about. I am particularly excited to talk about the power to be borderless. Just a few months ago, we opened up our bridges. You know, Africa is full of borders, but MTN Momo is building bridges, connecting the different borders, the different countries, in an instance of just a text of you have received money or you've sent money. Today, our customers out there in Tanzania are able to pay a merchant on M-Pesa directly using your MTN Momo SIM card to pay a merchant. As I speak now, the workforce in UAE, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, our sisters and brothers that go to look for money and labor are able to send money back home to their parents, to their siblings, and also to their children. And that's the power to be borderless. The power to be borderless is not just a saying, it's a reality that has been lived. It's enabling ecosystems, it's connecting borders. At the duty-free in Dubai right now, you don't need a card, you don't need to swipe. All you need is your Momo wallet. And with your Momo wallet, you can make any payment and buy that perfume as you come back home to see your family. So when I think about what Momo is doing and the belief that we have right now, I have a few reflections. Just a month ago, I was in Kabale, and one of the farmers told me that back then, over 10 years ago, they needed to get on a bus to take money to a supplier. They needed to get on a bus to go to the border of Congo to pay most of the people that gave them input into what they were doing. And right now, when that lady was talking to me, she told me that, Helen, MTN Momo saved me time. It saved me days. And when I reflect about that, imagine in a society where time is money, imagine someone telling you that MTN Momo saved me time. So you saved the customer money. And that's the power to be borderless. So today we convene here with all the regulators, the financial institutes. I can confidently say that MTN Momo is very intentional with working with very various entities out there that are regulated. I was quite happy with the panel because I think 70% of that panel are people that have partnered with MTN Momo to deliver services to the globe. It was quite interesting. We have no intention of doing this alone as MTN Momo. We believe in the power of partnerships and collaboration. So we've not been able to do these cross-border payments alone. We have partners, we have TerraPay, OnAfric, and all those other partners that have brought their game of innovation to the table. Finally, Africa's future, financial future is digital, and Africa's digital future is borderless. A connected Africa will unleash entrepreneurship, accelerate trade, and create opportunities for growth from Kigali to Kinshasa, Nairobi to Lagos, and Kampala to Dubai. I must say all that is available on our MTN Momo app, where you can make payments across the board. You can send and receive money. You also have an opportunity to utilize our USSD channel, which is *165#. The Africa we believe in is now. The Africa that we want to create is borderless, and MTN Momo is on that journey. Because we are Africans, we are connected and we are truly unstoppable. Like we always say at MTN Momo, together we are unstoppable. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Helen Kirungi, Senior Manager, Bank Tech, Loans, Savings, Investments at MTN Momo. Another greater round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite our next speaker for our fourth speech, the nexus between fintechs and driving sustainability. Nathan Okatari, Country Product Manager, Transaction Banking at Standard Chartered Bank.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first. At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets. Now is your time.
I can't start without ignoring I can't ignore the wow that I've had from that corner. So I hope you enjoy the rest of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. It's also an honor to see a number of partners and potential partners. My name is Nathan Ochatre, and I am the Country Product Manager for Transaction Banking at Standard Chartered. I will first check if this clicker works. Yes, it does. And just before that, give a few opening remarks that will guide the presentation that I will take you all through. Now, my topic of discussion is very interesting, And it's nice to have seen a couple of themes from the previous presenters. But one thing that we need to bear in mind is that without a doubt, technology is surely shaping the financial services industry. And in doing that, it's also powering a more sustainable world. Now, we can all agree that ever since the post-COVID pandemic, more and more people have actually moved towards digital solutions, be it for their day-to-day payments, or even be it for global trade across the world. Now, what about the role of fintechs here in Uganda? The development of fintechs in Uganda is not only shaping banking. We know for sure it is producing more affordable, convenient, accessible experiences for everyone here in the nation. And with that, we can very proudly say that the society is getting transformed, and it is even going ahead to create opportunities for the government, for the businesses in the private sector, and for the individuals. Now, my topic has a fusion of sustainability. The shift that I've just spoken to, without a doubt, is reducing carbon emissions. It's opening up opportunities for fintech disruption, expansion of access to capital that is critical to countries like where we are. Now, the UN, I couldn't complete this presentation without mentioning the UN as well. They estimate that the world needs about 2.5 trillion in a year to attain some of the sustainable development goals. Now, fintechs can help bridge that gap. Digital technologies can support this transition for sure. And what are some of the ways this transformation can happen?
To be able to just, get to know each other here and there. Honorable, you're most welcome. Thank you very much. Please, can we give another hand of applause to our Honorable Minister and our patron? All right, I'll get straight to these questions right away. But before, all right, okay, so we'll get to these questions, but before, it is protocol that we actually get to all stand up on our feet and have the national anthem, because the Honorable Minister is in this place. So, ladies and gentlemen, arise to your feet. So when the national anthem is being played and sung, no movements whatsoever. That's what I remember from school. And also at attention. If you're in uniform, you salute. If you're not, we're good to go. All right. Thank you very much. Please, can you clap for yourselves? If I bounced randomly on one table, can any of the members there cite the second stanza of the national anthem? Or but it's important, guys, you actually get to know it. All right, nevertheless, let's get straight into this panel discussion that we'll have to hear from amazing people here and quite brilliant ideas. And of course, I want to congratulate each and every individual that has been here. My highlights today is questions that came from these young lads here. Most especially one from the young man who was concerned about how we're able to help parents' school fees and stuff like that. How many of you were at that age and your concern was how your parent is going to pay school fees? I wasn't. I was not at all. As a matter of fact, if they chased school fees, I was the happiest because I would go have to play. So, but congratulations. Can we clap for this young man for... But young man, at the same time, please, mature people's problems should be left to mature people. Yeah, like don't worry for your parents too much. They got somewhat covered up. But thank you very much, though. But thank you. And of course, the young lady. All right, allow me, this discussion is going to be looking into the future and, of course, what fintech trends will influence the last mile success of inclusive instant payment systems and, of course, financial inclusion in general altogether. So we'll definitely, I want to invite Brenda Mpora, Head of Fintech Business at Pearl Bank, Uganda. Please, can we? By the way, if you don't clap, you too, nobody will clap for you when, as in what you sow is what you reap. I'm a born-again Christian, so what you sow is what you reap. Can we clap for Brenda one more time, ladies and gentlemen? And also, let's welcome Esther Poya, Head of Operations at Paytota. As she's coming also, let's welcome Patrick Muhumuza, Head of Operations at SchoolPay as well. And also, as he's also making his way, let's welcome Viviane Iuga Chikoni, the fintech professional. And he's a fintech professional, actually. She is a fintech professional. Can we clap for her as she comes? And lastly, we'll have Michael Buldierali, Digital Communications Manager, Centenary Bank. So I get to be privileged.
We started in Nigeria, and in just 2 years, over 500,000 users trusted Clever to receive, save, and spend smarter in dollars. But this was just the beginning. From freelancers to remote workers, from creators to entrepreneurs, we had one message loud and clear. Clever shouldn't be limited to just one country. That's why today marks a new chapter. Clever is expanding to Uganda, bringing the same trusted experience to even more Africans.
Now, people in Uganda can receive USD directly, convert to local currency instantly, spend globally with Clever virtual cards, save in stable coins like USDT and USDC, and earn rewards through Clever badges.
This is more than an expansion. It's a movement. It's about empowering Africans everywhere with smarter, simpler, and borderless money solutions.
Tukusanyukide, Uganda. Welcome to Clever.
Thank you very much. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is one of the most balanced panel I've seen this whole day. Yeah, can we clap for that, ladies and gentlemen? It looks awesome, you know? It looks awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will definitely give each one of you a minute to introduce yourself and in your best way possible. And we'll start from a gentleman.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Muhumuza, and I serve as the head of operations at SchoolPay. SchoolPay is an edtech solution that is now powering over 35,000 schools, simplifying how a parent makes payment for school fees. And I think one of the young ones was asking what products are available. So at SchoolPay, we are proud to say that we are part of this conversation to stretch to the last mile. The last mile for us is a parent maybe at the gate making a school fees payment in a minute and it's instantly received by the school, which builds trust, it builds transparency, and we have now over a decade, and we've crossed to different other markets. We are now serving in about 8 markets in Africa. We are locally grown here, and we are proud to say that we are serving East Africa, Central Africa, and most recently, West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
It is afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vivian Iga Chikoni. I am a fintech professional, and I'm here in my capacity as a fintech professional. Over 15 years of fintech experience, one of the pioneers in Uganda today that started mobile money. Currently, I work at the MTN Group South Africa office under the lending function, leading commercial partnerships. I have experience in previous telco companies, Uganda Telecom, like I said, we started mobile money. Happy to be here and looking forward to a fruitful engagement. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Bulierali, and I work with a team that supports digital communications at our bank, Centenary Bank. I believe many of you, if not all of you, know who Centenary Bank is. But just for the benefit of the visitors today, Centenary Bank is the largest local bank in Uganda, the second largest in terms of by asset base, and we are happy to be in a relationship with a banking relationship with over 3 million customers and still counting. Now, Centenary Bank is part of a larger family, the Cente Group family, that has other sister companies like Centetech and the Cente Foundation. We are also recently operating in Malawi, where we acquired one of the local banks there, and we have over 24 branches. So I'm happy to be on this panel today and looking forward to a great conversation. Thank you.
When you say you acquired, you mean you married another bank there?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther Poya. I am the head of operations at Paytota. As you very well know, operations is juggling a lot of responsibilities here and there, but happy to serve in that capacity. Paytota is 5 years old, founded in 2020, still very young in the ecosystem, but very mature in what we are offering the ecosystem in terms of our robust online payment system. We are a payment gateway, enabling merchants, businesses, and individuals to make and accept payments both locally and internationally. So we have done this through partnerships with various entities, MNOs, banks, and partnerships across jurisdictions, and card payment networks as well. So wherever you are in the world, where we have partners, you're able to accept and make payments. And also to note is that we are serving over 400 merchants, both here and internationally, and we have offices in Nigeria, Kenya, the UK, and looking to plug into Ethiopia and Rwanda. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oops.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brenda Mpora. I work with Pearl Bank. We heard from the former speaker. Pearl Bank is former Post Bank, 100% government owned. I work as the head of fintech business. That's the fintech arm of the bank, particularly tasked to drive the adoption and uptake of the Wendy mobile wallet. Wendy is a mobile wallet, and Wendy means I'm here. So at Pearl Bank, we continue to tell Ugandans we are here for them. Thank you for today.
Thank you very much. Please, can we clap for them? Real quick, just to use like a minute or two, probably when we answer this, so that we can actually try to redeem some good time. And I'll go straight to you, Esther and Patrick. This question goes to you. What is the current state of fintech industry in Uganda and the broader East African region, particularly in relation to the development and adoption of inclusive instant payment systems? What is the current state of that of the fintechs? Esther.
Okay, thank you very much. As we very well know, the statistics for the current state of fintech in East Africa is that fintech in East Africa is very successful at the moment. It is robust and it has cracked access to where we are paying and how we are paying. So it is already an ecosystem that is robust, and we have mastered the art of partnering with various entities in the ecosystem. We have mastered the art of partnering across borders, let's say fintechs and MNOs, fintechs and banks. We have partnered with banks to ensure that the transaction fees are less, partnering with with MNOs to ensure that we have a more robust reach. So the state of the industry is rich at this time. It is an industry that is causing much change in the ecosystem. However, what are we to crack right now? We are looking at what products are we churning out, and the product depth will be cracked in terms of why are we paying and what are we doing with the money we are collecting. Looking at the adoption of mobile money, looking at the adoption of SIM cards in the ecosystem, we have already seen that about 38 million people have SIM cards in Uganda. That is already a high rate of adoption. However, what are we using this money that we are collecting, and why are we using it? So at Paytota, we see merchant digitization as one of the fastest ways in which fintech will be adopted to the last mile. For instance, this adoption, how easy is it for us to plug into the informal sector? How easy is it for me to go down into the market and onboard this merchant? How easy is it for me to explain my product offering that is digital to a layman? And that is where we want to see the state of the industry going right now. Embedded finance, which means instant payments should be embedded in platforms that are non-financial. For instance, how am I able to have a platform, let's say a booking system? I am booking for my event, but how am I able to plug into a payment rail for that very system without having to go to the bank or without having to, to move a distance to make that payment? So we are embedding payments into medical platforms, for instance, like the Clinic Pesa. So this is where we want to see the state of the industry going, so that when we talk about financial inclusion, many last mile customers are incorporated into the ecosystem. So the way forward would be a hybrid kind of model where you have combining, if we are to partner, we combine both the MNO rails and the bank rails. The MNOs to give us reach, to reach the last mile, and then the banks to give us platforms that will make it cheaper for us at low cost rates, because we want to make sure that everyone is included. So the state of the industry is robust at the moment, but how we are going to reach the last mile is what we should now continue to talk about.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Patrick, what is the future like? And what's the current state of fintechs?
Thank you so much. Right now, it's exciting, but also we need to do a lot. If you look at, yes, we have MNOs that are at the forefront. They've provided the rails, the backbone, because, in Uganda, it's mobile money. Probably it's different for West Africa, but at least in the region, there is a lot of stickiness for mobile money. So we are also seeing a shift in terms of, like general payment solutions to now kind of focused or for purpose solutions like school pay. So when you have a focused solution, you're basically able to have a deep dive to understand what are the clear pain points. These things may not be addressed by the general, let's say, mobile money platform. But if you have school pay, which is a vertical kind of focused solution that then allows you to deeply understand, and then partners are able to tap into this. So on our side, we see there is good traction, but we also need to do a lot around interoperability. In Uganda, it's still a bit closed, and our colleagues at InterSwitch and ABC have done some good work there. But we need to see how even the regulator comes in. For instance, I should be able to walk to any ATM machine and I transact. Yes, I may, but it's probably for a few partners. So we need something like a national switch where it's very easy to transact. So we've seen this trend happening elsewhere, and we know it can make the conversation very, very easy. And because at the end of it all, if the solutions are not easy to use, or the solutions, you need to have one specific channel. So that's why you see at School Pay, we are proud to say that we provide solutions where partners are able to tap in. We work with over 24 commercial banks in Uganda and MDIs, so that we don't restrict parents or guardians to pay school fees to probably one channel. So it's open, and we hope that these conversations open up interoperability to allow customers, especially in the rural areas, to be able to access solutions and digital finance, and that's what we believe in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, this one will go to you, Brenda, and of course, Vivian. What are the key challenges impeding the widespread adoption and effective utilization of inclusive instant payment systems? And of course, and how can this be systematically addressed through policy, infrastructure, and innovation? I'll start with you, Brenda.
Okay, thank you. I think every innovator in this room knows these challenges. Uganda, as much as we've seen that the digital penetration rate has grown, as per the FinScope report, to 81%, we still have a lot of low digital literacy levels in this country. So it's not in isolation. Every innovator here is facing it, whether banks, whether fintechs, whether MNOs. So that's one challenge. Connectivity, that's another challenge. There are some areas they need your services, but for some reason, connectivity. Then we also have trust. As Ugandans, we don't easily trust. It's also another challenge every innovator has in this room. So what has been addressed around, you told me, around policy, around innovation and infrastructure. So for starters, policy has helped us, Bank of Uganda, through the NPS Act. It's very, very shrewd around consumer awareness. You're not just putting out products. If you're regulated by Bank of Uganda in the fintechs, how to end mobile wallet, what consumer fraud risk. They are very keen on dispute resolution. So the NPS has come in with that's the behind policy to help now the consumer take on these services freely. If I know that I can easily access you through a call center 24/7, or I can be able to know that this system takes on a certain level of detection in terms of the customers they on board, I will trust. If you come and educate me how to use services, I will trust, and then take on the services. So that's one. Then we see around infrastructure, we've had the speakers before MTN talk about cross-border. We've seen the agent infrastructure, cross-border infrastructure, what InterSwitch is doing, what the switch infrastructures, that is also helping to drive the adoption of these services and drive financial inclusion. Then we've also seen around innovation. I think history has been made. For people who have been in the fintech space, we've not seen what we are seeing right now. And the biggest innovation, everyone will attest, is interoperability. In the simplest way to say it is two systems coming to marry and speak one language. Just this week, we saw in the news NSSF opening up to InterSwitch. I think I've seen on news school pay, that service corps opening up with Airtel to enable their parents to be able to save for school fees. I have seen so much, like everyone on this panel, she's talking around enabling merchants, not only in Uganda as the fintech they're doing, but across. They are only riding on the innovation of interoperability. Look at what Centenary is doing to be able to serve the last mile customer. It's interoperability, bringing in the customers into the ecosystem. So with that, we are able to support the current issues facing the last mile customers. When you're offering them interoperability, you're offering them protection, and then you're able to give them the infrastructure to reach them easily.
Wow, thank you very much. Vivian.
I always forget.
That's okay.
Yes. So I'll take you back to your question.
Yes.
What challenges are driving digital expansion?
Yes.
I'll tell you a story of this lady. She's an old lady. She goes out looking for something to eat, always preparing something for her grandchildren every weekend. She goes looking for fish because they like looking for fish. Goes to a warehouse that prepares fish and is asking, how much I would like to use my mobile money to pay. What do they tell her? Unfortunately, we don't accept mobile money here. Please note, she's in her 70s. And she's asking, how can I pay? But they're telling her, no, not accepted here. Another story. A lady, she's a tea girl in the office, actually our office. And she accepts Momo Pay payments. Unfortunately, she has stopped accepting them. Why? Because of the charge. So let me bring it home. Number one, there is a cost that our customers are incurring for mobile money transactions, which is quite high. But what is driving this, if you think about it? Well, the tea girl, Maria, she doesn't know. She has no clue why she's not using it. But when you engage her, it's the cost. She does not want her little revenue from selling bananas and groundnuts to the staff members in office to be touched.
Yes.
If you think about it, what is driving the high costs of mobile money transactions? Maybe regulatory driven, the taxes that are being charged. I think in 2018 they introduced the tax on mobile money transactions, 0.5% of the transaction that is being transacted by the customer. The customer has no clue, but this is being displayed at the point of transacting.
Yes.
So the charge to our customers is not enabling the widespread of mobile money. My colleague has spoken about transactions from a banking sector. I am focusing on mobile money. So the charge is impacting the drive of mobile money today. The usage is dropping because of that, but as a customer, you may not know why you're not using it more. You'd rather hold cash or you'd rather deposit in the bank, yeah? Because of the mobile money transactions today. Another thing, Maria, for the transactions she has collected on her Momo Pay today, will not want to withdraw that money. Why? Again, because she may be charged.
Yep.
So the cost to our customers is really, really impacting our customers today. But there is a solution that the telcos have put in place. Right now, you can withdraw your Momo Pay without even being charged up to 500,000. I'm not sure if you all knew, but that is one of the solutions that have been put in place today.
All right, wow.
Another thing that is impacting the widespread adoption is digital literacy and adoption. Today, I came with a book and a pen, having my notes. But guess what? We're in a digital era. Today, we are attending the Financial Inclusion Summit. But I'm holding a book with a pen. Well, I like the crinkle of the page. For me, this is what works for me. And how many of us are here today that are like me? So, digital adoption from a smartphone perspective, digital adoption from a feature phone perspective, maybe today is not because of perception. People's perception today, they're not digitally included, they have low literacy of these digital devices. So they would rather stick to what they know today. How many of you today are not using mobile money? Or have heard your aunties, uncles in the village saying, nope, I'm not going to use mobile money. Why? Because of the fear of fraud. They're not sure if their money will even remain on their phone. They don't know how it works. They don't know what they don't know. So they would rather not even dare. I'll hold my cash today. You go to the village, you visit your aunties, your uncles, your mother, your father in the village, but they prefer give me cash, don't send me mobile money. So these are the limitations we're having today. Looking at mobile money adoption and the widespread of it.
Wow, thank you very much. Can we clap for her one more time, ladies and gentlemen? Because I think she has highlighted the craziest issue. I transact, I'm more like, I hardly have cash on me. But there are places you go to and pay digitally, and it's on the same platform, let's say probably Momo, and then you're charged. Another, you get the next shop, you're not charged. It feels like everybody has a price to, the others choose to charge us or not choose to charge us. It's like everybody does what they want to do. And also at the same time, it's very expensive for people like us who actually keep paying people and, transacting on phone all the time. It's really crazy expensive. Now I choose to actually work with my cash. It's troublesome, stressful, but again, you save quite some good money if you actually don't transact digitally. But anyway, thank you very much. I'll go to you, Michael, from Centenary Bank. Which emerging fintech trends that are currently shaping access, usage, inclusion at the last mile, and how are they influencing financial behavior across the different market segments?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. So there's a couple of trends that we've noticed over a period of years in the financial technology space. And one of them is, my colleagues have highlighted it here already, which is the ecosystems and interconnectivity. I mean, we're in an era where a customer would like to be able to transact from their bank regardless of what channel they're using. So am I transferring money from a mobile to bank or the other way around? Or am I making a payment at I'm a merchant, a POS, I'd like to be able to access my bank. So that interconnectivity and that ecosystem has really been driving, innovation, has been driving ideas and partnerships in the banking space. The other one is really data and personalization. Obviously, in there, I can also throw in artificial intelligence. But because in the last 5 to 10 years, importance has been drawn to using data to be able to craft solutions that speak into what customers actually want. A lot of companies, banks inclusive, are now increasingly paying attention to how do we mine this data, but also the quality of it to ensure that we understand what the customer that we intend to serve really needs. So it's not about going to the kitchen and cooking as far as your strategy is concerned, but you have to be cooking from the hindsight that there's already a customer for whom the solution is being developed for. So a lot of that has really shaped the innovations that we're seeing today and the partnerships. The other one, and most importantly, my colleague here talked about fraud. It's really cybersecurity. I think in the past 3 or 5 years, we've seen an increment in attempts by wrong elements to take advantage of, especially the people at the bottom of the pyramid, by way of social engineering. So they wind up doing that and accessing accounts of unsuspecting customers who have unfortunately lost funds. So as banks and financial technology companies, there's quite some urgency in as far as developing solutions to ensure that we are safeguarding the environments in which these funds are being kept to limit unauthorized access. So that is also the other trend that we are seeing. And then maybe finally, I'd like to tap on the trend of embedding services in third-party environments. Happy to note Patrick is here. Patrick from SchoolPay is one of our partners that we're working with in as far as the education ecosystem is concerned. So with SchoolPay, we've been able to ensure that students and pupils can pay their school fees easily without necessarily moving money from their bank account, say, to a mobile money wallet or any other platform to do that. So that, in essence, dictates that, for example, as banks, we're no longer waiting for customers to come and tap into our environment and the third parties, talk of institutions and whatnot. We're actually going to them and leveraging or taking advantage of the platforms that they're already operating on their end and developing solutions and financial services within their platforms to ensure that they access these services easily and conveniently. So those are some of the trends that we are seeing, and that Centenary Bank has been able to leverage.
Wow. Thank you very much. I'm afraid my time is really fast spent. I'll definitely get to. We may actually need to end this discussion from here, but I would love to have at least a parting shot in a minute from each one of you, and I'll definitely start with you, Brenda, from Pearl Bank.
Sorry?
Parting shots. I'll have a minute each for you to do a parting shot. My time is cut short. So I'll start with you, Brenda.
Sorry, I didn't know it was this short.
It's okay.
Okay, so for the parting shots, I think it's just to first thank the Ugandans who have trusted us at Pearl Bank, and specifically Wendy Mobile Wallet, but also to re-emphasize to the innovators here, let's continue opening up. Let's continue opening up to each other, because opening up is the only way we can make the transaction cost lower, we can make the customers have a seamless experience. We are getting to a phase where the regulator wants to bring the national switch. So it's best that we start cooperating now than when we are forced to cooperate. So I'm so happy to say that first, we are already in that era where we have open APIs. We've integrated with almost over 10 banks. From Wendy itself, you can send money from Wendy to any of these integrated banks. We've been able to partner with other wallets, MTN, Airtel, FlexiPay. You can send money from Wendy to these other wallets. We are able to also power so many other ecosystems in the financial sector. That's the SMEs, the businesses. So my parting shots, of course, will be calling out the Ugandans to trust Wendy, to use Wendy, and also to continue promising that we are here for them, just as our name says, Wendy, we are here for you.
All right, thank you very much. Patrick.
Thank you very much. As we close, at SchoolPay, we believe that digitizing a school is digitizing a community, right? So I want to really thank. We can't do this without partnerships. These collaborations is what drives us, is what drives the last mile access, and we want to really appreciate the partners that we have. MNOs, and we really hope, because we've seen that most oftentimes banks and fintechs, we look at each other as competitors. But it's very important to realize that we can achieve more. But also to the fellow colleagues or fintechs in the house, it's very important to make your solution very simple, because inclusion begins with simplicity.
Yeah.
Let it be clear what your solution does and how someone can benefit from it. And with that, we'll be able to tap into all the opportunities that are there. So as we close, fintech in Africa, there is a lot to unlock. And let's not crowd ourselves in Kampala. We believe in a time where we can all synergize. How can a parent in Bara pay school fees easily? How can Eric's farmer in Kabong use probably their solution and access credit? How can they track their inputs? And so many other things. So this ecosystem needs to happen with collaboration and partnerships. So that would be my parting shots. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Vivian.
So I've been in the fintech industry as one of the pioneers. As a fintech professional, I've seen it grow, right from the very first transaction, P2P, to withdrawals. And now we're having a whole bouquet of transactions that we're able to do. I mean, right now you're having insurance products offered to you. You're having lending products right at the tip of your phone, the tap of your fingertips. You have payments that you can do in the supermarket or at your, market lady. So for me, I've seen mobile money grow. I've seen it expand. I've seen it reach or get to reach the last mile. So the innovation that the fintechs are driving is immense, and we have to take cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of work being done. We are reaching the last mile. It's taking us time, but we're getting there. The innovation drive continues. So we keep innovating as fintech professionals.
Thank you very much. Esther.
Thank you very much. For me, as the word pay total goes, we want to ensure that you're able to pay totally for everything, whether you're a farmer deep down in Luwero, whether you have a tours and travel company, and we want to make sure that your payments are instant and across the border. We saw the video on COMESA and how HiPipo was highlighting some of the pain points of some of these merchants. They don't want to pay via mobile money because of the high cost fees. They are, afraid of fraud, just like some of the panelists say. So for me, it is really an ecosystem, as the gentleman from SchoolPay said, an ecosystem that enables us to partner with, with everyone across the board to ensure that, Ugandans are served. Financial inclusion is not just a product or a service we give, people. It is a promise and a commitment from us. Whether it's an agri-tech, whether it's a fintech, it should be a commitment for us in this room. So some of these conversations don't just stay here. And as Vivian has said, we're actually reaching the last mile. So we want to ensure that partnerships with the banks are more robust. We have examples like PesaLink here in Kenya, which have given us an example on how partnerships should happen. Agreements between banks, we ask that you make it a bit simpler for us. I know the regulation is tight, but fintechs, we need to tap into some of those rails so that we offer low-cost transactions. Thank you very much.
Lastly, Michael, in just a minute.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's been a great conversation, but in terms of the takeaway and, just some notes for us. When all is said and done, I believe, yes, we're going to innovate and do whatever it is, but then it's my colleague from Postbank who tapped on it. We need to invest quite a lot in educating, in Palbank, sorry, forgive me. We need to invest quite a lot in educating the customers because, for example, the Centenary Bank customer is a classic example. They really need to be handheld for them to embrace the technologies and the innovations that we are churning out. And then that really brings me into my last point of, yes, we might innovate as much as we can, but let's not forget the human touch. For as long as we're innovating in Africa, a continent where we trust the human element of it, we should not forget that and ensure that when sometimes the technology is not working as expected, our customers can actually call on us. They can pick up a phone and call, the call center or write to you on social media, and you're able to resolve whatever challenge it is that they're having, or just simply to report if they suspect, a fraudulent transaction, such that you're able to arrest it at the very beginning. So I think those are my takeaways. Yeah. And as Centenary Bank, we've been at the last mile for over 40 years because that's in our DNA. Yeah. Our mission is really to serve the people in the rural areas and those low-income earners. So we've been at it, and happy to note that we welcome our partners here who have joined us on that journey. Yeah. And I believe together through these collaborations, we shall be able to, achieve much bigger results. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for them one more time, ladies and gentlemen? So I'll request you, ladies and gentlemen, to move forward. We take a group photo. And also on the same note, I want to commend Pearl Bank for a beautiful logo you guys have actually got to. So let's have a group photo, and then I will hand over the next one, and we continue.
Thank you very much, Wesley, King of Radio, for a good job moderating that panel. All right, Madame Sarah Kajingo, please come forward. We thank you for allowing to, especially when it comes to capturing these moments that will be etched in history as part of the transformative agenda that is being undertaken by HiPipo and the team. There you are. As they do that, another round of applause. It will bring forth some smiles. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right about now, I would like to invite the the head of communications and marketing at Pride Bank, Elizabeth Namaganda, to come and speak to us on microfinance to commercial banking. Pride Bank's story of growth, innovation, and impact. Madam, you're most welcome.
Began with a small... It began with a small step, a loan to build a future, and savings for a rainy day. From a microfinance to a full-service bank, we've grown to serve you better. Empowering communities, supporting businesses, and safeguarding your future. Pride Bank. Your growth is our pride.
Good afternoon to you all. Elizabeth Namaganda is my name, and I'm the head of marketing and comms at Pride Bank. This is a very short story of Pride Bank's growth, innovation, impact, how it has been able to transform to a Tier 2. If we are to speak about evolution in the banking industry, I think Pride Bank would be very glad to speak and talk of that story as a work that has been very successful. Standing here, I can't think about how far we've come as a financial institution. I'm glad today we are here together with other banks, and specifically I'll speak of Pearl Bank. If we all remember the times when we would go to post office, if you remember, and you have to wait for that message to be able to pick money, hard cash, and somebody from Kabale has made a call, and you have to wait 72 hours to be able to pick that money, right? So when we are speaking about the story of banking industry and how it has evolved, I think two banks would speak to this testimony, and that would be Pride Bank and Pearl Bank. And it's no mistake that both of us are under the government of Uganda and walking the journey of financial inclusion, I think where we are also doing very, very well as institutions. But of course, as our colleagues have spoken and they have said, we can't do this alone without partnerships. And together with all the other people in the market, InterSwitch, for instance, the telecom companies, I think they have made it very easy for us to walk this journey as we try to financially include all the people, all the population in Uganda. Just a little bit about Pride Bank. Pride Bank opened up in 1995 as an NGO. You heard me right, as an NGO. So that's what I'm saying. 30 years down the road today is that when I speak of evolution of banking, we are better placed to be able to talk about this journey. So 1995, we started as an NGO. And when I say an NGO, we are supposed to finance the small-scale entrepreneurs, and with not so much money, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. To date, as we speak, we have customers who will give you testimonies of how they started with 100,000 Ugandan shillings, and to date, they have businesses that are worth 25 billion shillings. So, who other than to talk about impact, if not Pride Bank? So I believe as a bank, we have been able to walk that journey, but also to make sure that we have the population included. So 2005, we became a microfinance, and to date, 2020-25 is when we became a financial institution, Tier 2, as a bank. And in here, we are talking about 47 outlets in the country, of which 43 are fully fledged branches, and 4 of them are ECOs, or enhanced contact offices. Now, when we speak about digital, do we even want to put more branches elsewhere? I think that's where the partnerships now come in with our colleagues from InterSwitch. I know InterSwitch has been mentioned twice today, if I'm not mistaken, with our colleagues from InterSwitch, but also from the telecom companies. As banks regulated by government, rather generated by Bank of Uganda. We know that there are things we cannot do outside the book, but also there are things that we can do as a book. So, as Pride Bank, we pride ourselves in talking about the makes and sex. Makes, those would be, in terms of makes, those would be the market enterprise committees, but also then the sex would be the community enterprise committees. When you speak about taking financial inclusion to the market, we have walked that journey well. To date, we are talking about 25,000 makes and sex that we are able to serve. And what does this mean? This means that the people under sex do not necessarily have to come to the banking hall, but can do business, or we can be able to include them in whichever locations they are. And that means that we need to send community bankers to go to the community and make sure that these people are financially included. Then the makes, those will need to come to the banking halls, but as a group. I know one of the speakers spoke about the knowledge gaps in the banking industry and what people are supposed to do. But the beauty is that Pride Bank, under the makes and sex, we also do literacy, we also do financial literacy trainings that before somebody takes up any of these products, we are able to take them through what they are supposed to do, what is expected of them, and how this money is meant to help them, and also advise on when to take money and not take money. But under one of our products under the MAKE, which is the group guarantee loan, is that even among peers, your group members are able to advise you on a venture that you're taking in as a person. But also the beauty about it is you do not need a security at that level. Your group members are able to guarantee, and that's why it's called a group guarantee loan. So if anybody's asking for sale and title, a motorcycle, or whichever, your group members are able to guarantee you. And when we speak about financial inclusion, I think this is important given the population that we have in this country, and given the kind of people that we are serving, is that we appreciate that not everyone has some of these securities that we are talking about. And that is why we have all these groups that each and every person in Uganda can be able to pick money from us, be it secured or unsecured. So when I look at the digital landscape in Uganda, we notice that a number of people are now on several platforms. Of course, those who are in marketing will talk about TikTok, Instagram, X, and a number of things. That means that our customers are actually online, or they are actually embracing digital and they are using it. So it is important to us as banking institutions to see that we pick these people who are already online and then give them the digital service, rather the financial services digitally. As I stand here today, I'm formerly having worked in a media company. I want to commend the fact that if there is any sector that has been very, very successful in operating digitally, it is the financial sector. And we cannot take that for granted, but we need to take all the opportunities out there and use them. When you look at the digital platforms and all that, you would assume that the media companies would have an upper hand, looking at how influential they are, but also how big their groups are. It's unfortunate that they are not making as much money out of digital as the financial institutions are. And to that, I encourage all the fintechs in here, all the other banks, that we need to take advantage, come up with solutions, innovate further, but also see that we are able to go on ground. As Pride Bank, we believe that financial inclusion is not just about access for money, but it is also about access to opportunities, and we will be able to, rather will continue to innovate digitally, and we will not do that alone. Everybody has spoken about partnerships. We'll get into partnerships for as long as it's a win-win for all of us. Thank you so much for listening to us. And please, if you're not banking with Pride Bank, listening to that story that I've just taken you through, the financial inclusion, you can have unsecured loans, please come and bank with Pride Bank. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that insightful speech. Thank you. Once again, you're very welcome to the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit, Hope you are having fun. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. So I would like to remind you that we are live streaming on the HiPipo Include Everyone platform. And for those who are engaging with your audiences on social media, don't forget to use the hashtag Level 1 Project and the hashtag DIAA2025. Yes. So at this moment, we are almost reaching the conclusion of this summit. So allow me to welcome our CEO, the CEO of HiPipo, Mr. Innocent Kawoya, to say something to us. Give him a hand clap as he comes.
Where service meets transformation, HiPipo has inspired progress for over 2 decades. Born from the desire to serve and uplift, we have dedicated ourselves to changing lives through digital innovation and financial inclusion. Our journey has ignited partnerships across sectors, MNOs, banks, innovators, funders, and regulators, united to inspire and do more.
Omwami ono omuvubuka ono omuto gwe mulaba akoze omulimu ogw'ettendo akulaakulanyiza nnyo naddala abakyala.
Through the Include Everyone program, we have empowered women, youth, fintechs, and communities, turning dreams into realities for millions. At HiPipo, serving people isn't just what we do, it is who we are, ingrained in our DNA and reflected in our name. We are HiPipo, proudly weaving service into the fabric of our identity, transforming lives one digital step at a time. HiPipo, maximizing the digital dividend.
My Doctor. Reach your doctor from anywhere. We offer online medical consultation with primary care and specialty doctors. You can now call us on 0762 318 431 or 0707 448 988. My Doctor. Your health anytime, anywhere.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. I'll have the shortest speech today, so I should take the record home. I had a story and a meme on social media very many years ago, before many of you are using social media, that one time a villager said nothing, and nothing happened to them. So the villager in me from Masaka said nothing, but allow me to thank all of you for coming here today. For those of you who have been here for more than 10 years, please clap for yourselves. Yeah. And everyone who's joining us, we appreciate you coming. But without wasting any time, myself and the vice chairperson of the Private Sector Foundation were supposed to deliver speeches, but that won't happen. The speech, mine has happened and hers, I've said it on her behalf, I think she has allowed. So please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, please, let's all get up on our feet and welcome our patron and also the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, OHTWA, Honorable Joyce Nabosa Sebugwao. We're going to use this side as I will welcome Chair Sarah Kajingo to escort the Honorable Minister. Thank you, everyone. Please, let's stand until she comes in front. Thank you so much. And let's clap for her, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to you all. Good. Founders and sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, respected MPs, innovators, partners, and founders, all protocol observed. I extend a warm welcome to you. It is a privilege to be in your presence today as we mark a significant milestone, the 12th anniversary of the Digital Impact Awards Africa. Together in a digital transformation is inspiring and humbled me in my capacity as the Minister of State for Information, Communication Technology, and National Guidance. Under the leadership of HiPipo and Cyber, years ago, the founders started a mission to transform the digital landscape in Africa. Their objective was both ambitious and clear: to promote innovation and digital innovation throughout our beloved continent. In this lens, we are not only observers of this transformation, but also active participants in this digital revolution that has had a positive impact on millions of people throughout Africa. These achievements in the digital space are proof of the importance of partnership and collaborations. The efforts of HiPipo and its collaborators have been enhanced by support of the Gates Foundation, various government bodies, and regional entities, including COMESA. Collectively, they have incited a surge of digital excellency that has encompassed the most influential actors in fintech innovation and the largest cooperation in banking and communications. In the future, our attention should be directed beyond the technology itself to its potential to improve lives as we navigate this digital era. The boundaries of enterprises, governments, and individuals have been redefined by HiPipo's dedication to digital infrastructure, including the web, mobile, and social media. The government has provided support for the establishment of a platform that enables businesses to flourish, governments to serve their constituencies effectively, and individuals to access a global marketplace. These developments also introduce novel obstacles. The necessity of proactive measures and vigilance in cybersecurity is highlighted by the increasing threat of cyber attacks. The 12 years of Digital Impact Awards Africa is not just a celebration, it is a call to action to protect our digital future. I have maintained my conviction that technology has the potential to change lives, both as an entrepreneur and a leader. We are currently at the forefront of a digital revolution. This revolution is influencing our presence and determining our future. As we celebrate this decade of digital excellence, let us also look forward to the next chapter of our digital journey with renewed enthusiasm and dedication. I would like to offer my sincere congratulations to HiPipo, its partners, nominees, winners, and all the stakeholders who have participated in this journey. The forces behind our shared digital success are your dedication and innovation. I want to express my gratitude to HiPipo, the organizers of this program, and their collaborators, the Gates Foundation's Level 1 Project, Inftex, Energy Films, Pizza Jets, Solar M7, My Doctor, and Cyber Place Academy for the successful event and program they have always organized. We are so proud of the positive changes you are implementing. I really thank you so much, and may God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Owekitiibwa Joyce Nabosa Sebugwawo, for always giving us the support. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, Madam Sarah Kajingo, the Vice Chairperson, PSFU, for the support over the years, decade-long support. I think, Madam Sarah Kajingo, you can attest that HiPipo is very good at keeping partners. For a decade plus, you have been working with Madam Sarah Kajingo. Sometimes I even call her Honorable Sarah Kajingo. Very soon she will be honorable by now. I pray for that. So I will thank you for the support. I also want to take this opportunity again to thank our CEO, Innocent Kawoya, for the amazing work he has done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the summit is by and large done. Awards. The summit has been amazing. Honorable Minister, we have had over 30 different speakers discussing matters digital and financial inclusion for Uganda and Africa. The next session, like I've mentioned, is the awards. And to start with, we are going to give digital commendations. I've been informed we had prepared videos of nominees to play them, but because of time, I've been asked not to play the videos because there are over 20 videos and each video takes 1 minute. So that will be 20 minutes of just videos. We are just going to be awarding winners. But in brief, we have been running voting for the past 1.5 months, and I can confirm that we received more than 20,000 unique voters. As of yesterday evening, when we closed the voting, more than 20,000 people are voted, and all the winners you are going to see here are those that received the most votes as per the public vote and the jury assessment. We are going to start with 5 commendations, then I'll hand over to Chris to do the awards. To start with certificates for commendation. Thank you. Commendation certificates. When you are announced as a winner, you come in front here of a photo 1 minute, and we'll go to another person. Commendation certificates. Thank you. Thank you, Becky. Yes, the first commendation is commendation for holistic ride-hailing services. And the company that got the most votes for holistic ride-hailing services is Ride Now. Thank you. Ride Now. Ride Now, come for your commendation certificate. These are going to be handed over by Madam Sarah Kajingo and Innocent Kawoya. Thank you so much, our CEO.
Right
Thank
now.
you. King of Radio Wesley, please come and help Mr. Kawoya here. Thank you so much. King of Radio here is a dancer, a gospel artist, and our public relations officer. He's a dedicated man of God. Right now, team, I saw you in the house. Right now. Yeah, right now, if they stepped out.
Right now seems to have stepped out.
Thank you. Yes, the next commendation is for sustainable energy and fuel distribution. And the winner is Total Energies. Total Energies, are you in the house? I said representative earlier. Total Energies, Total Energies. Next commendation, please. The next commendation is a commendation for excellent personal and home technology. And the organization that received the most votes is Black Life. Thank you, Black Life. Commendation for technology. Black Life, one person should come and receive the commendation certificate. Thank you. Black Life, they distribute technology, smartphones, smart audio, and wearables. Black Life, thank you so much for the amazing work. The next commendation is commendation for democratizing car ownership. Commendation for democratizing car ownership, and the company that received the most votes is Iron Motors. Commendation for democratizing car ownership, Iron Motors. Well done, Iron Motors. And lastly, the last commendation is a commendation for democratizing motorbikes ownership. Commendation for democratizing motorbikes ownership. Thank you so much. And the winner for this is Spyro Uganda. I know that Spyro is in the house. Spyro Uganda, commendation for democratizing motorbikes ownership. In case they have stepped out, in Uganda they say Atali Wotagwira Muti. They have missed the opportunity. Thank you so much. Now we are going to the awards category, and I will ask Madam Sarah to remain. She will handle the first 10 categories, and the Honorable Minister will handle the last. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now for these categories, we shall be rewarding as per the most votes, gold and diamond. Thank you so much.
This particular exercise is going to be done promptly to allow our guest of honor to go and engage in other state duties. Financial Inclusion Excellence Award Gold goes to Clinic Pesa. Ladies and gentlemen, Clinic Pesa, please make your way. As Clinic Pesa receives that award from our guest of honor, the award for Financial Inclusion Excellence Diamond goes to Pride Bank. Digital Banking Excellence, the Gold Award goes to Centenary Bank. Please, Pride Bank, make your way. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, upon the momentous award. Digital Banking Excellence, Gold Award goes to Centenary Bank. Centenary Bank, please hold on so that the photo opportunity for Bright Bank is undertaken, and then we shall have you guys come forth. Centenary Bank, please make your way. As Centenary Bank staff do receive their award, the Diamond Award for Digital Banking Excellence goes to Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered Bank. Hey, there's a whole table. Please make your way. Congratulations. Just hold on. All right, as Standard Chartered Bank makes its way, ladies and gentlemen, the Banking Innovation Excellence Award, Gold, goes to Quick Teller Agents, partnership by InterSwitch and Centenary Bank. The Banking Innovation Excellence Gold Award, Quick Teller Agents, partnership by InterSwitch and Centenary Bank. Wow, Centenary Bank has already scooped another. Congratulations. One person from InterSwitch, please make your way for the receipt of this award. Thank you, ma'am. Another from Centenary Bank, because it's a duo. All right, Centenary Bank, congratulations. As the officials from InterSwitch and Centenary Bank make their way, ladies and gentlemen, the Banking Innovation Excellence Award, Diamond, PDM Digitization by Wendy Digital Wallet / Pearl Bank. Wendy Digital Wallet, under the aegis of Pearl Bank. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as those make their way, oh, the person driving that drone, our esteemed bankers might find it a little bit uncomfortable. All right, the Community MFI Banking Excellence Award, Gold, goes to Pearl Bank. Pearl Bank, you might have to stay, so that, wow. This is interesting, lovely. The Diamond Award for Community MFI Banking Excellence goes to Centenary Bank. Centenary Bank, please put your shoes on again. Okay. There is the Gold Award for FinTech Startup of the Year. Now, that one is quite grand. The FinTech Startup of the Year, many of you, I know, you have a whole host, a list of candidates, but the Gold Award goes to Fido. Fido. King of Radio says Fido. And when the King of Radio speaks, you listen. All right, Fido members, please make your way. Congratulations. The Diamond Award for the FinTech Startup of the Year goes to Paytota. Paytota, FinTech Startup of the Year. Congratulations, please make your way. As the team from Paytota does, please. There we are. The camera persons. Okay. Congratulations. All right. The team from Paytota, congratulations on the award. The FinTech of the Year Gold Award goes to SchoolPay. I can see. Congratulations on that. There we are. This one is quite interesting as the team from School Page does make their way. Ladies and gentlemen, the award Diamond for FinTech of the Year goes to Jumo. Jumo team, make your way to the podium and let's capture the award handover so that we can always have it stored and registered with us. Jumo, please make your way to receive that award. The Gold Award for Financial Services Digital Excellence goes to, there you are. The Financial Services Digital Excellence Gold Award goes to InterSwitch. Congratulations, InterSwitch. Please come forth. As members of InterSwitch, the staff come forth. The Financial Services Digital Excellence Diamond Award goes to none other than MTN Momo. MTN Momo Financial Services Digital Excellence Award Diamond, please make your way and receive the award. Congratulations to all the winners for the transformational efforts that you roll out in your various companies. All right, Consumer Goods and Services Digital Excellence Gold Award goes to Movit Products Limited. Movit Products Limited wins the Consumer Goods and Services Digital Excellence Gold Award. Do we have Movit Products Limited? No? Okay. All right. The Diamond Award for Consumer Goods and Services Digital Excellence goes to Jude Color Solutions. I don't know Jude Color Solutions. I was just trying to do. All right. There we are. Great. Utilities and Government Services Digital Excellence. Any guess? The National Water and Sewerage Corporation. There we are. NWSC. Please, do we have an official from there? Oh, you guys are doing a great job. Doing a great job. I'll be coming so you reduce on the way the meter runs. That is the excellence we want. Let that meter reduce the speed. Okay. Technology Services Digital Excellence Award Gold goes to DHS Africa. There we are. Wait a minute. DHS Africa? Wow. Come forth. Congratulations for the wonderful effort and the work that you're putting into financial services. Great. As the team from DHS comes through, the Diamond Award for Technology Services Digital Excellence goes to MTN Uganda. MTN Uganda, come forth. All right, we have an interesting category here. Outstanding digital marketing. 3 words. Outstanding digital marketing trailblazer, Michael Bulierali. Michael Bulierali, congratulations. Corporate Affairs Visionary of the Decade. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me the Visionary of the Decade, Cynthia Mpanga. Congratulations, Cynthia. Relations Champion, John Fisher Sekavira. Officer of the Year, John Fisher Sekavira. Officer of the Year, Sanjay Rugani, Standard Chartered Bank, Gold Award. Sanjay Rugani, Standard Chartered Bank, takes the Gold Award and he's represented here. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of the Year Diamond Award goes to Richard Yego from MTN Momo. MTN Momo representative. Thank you. We have the Digital Brand of the Year. The Gold Award for this goes to Centenary Bank. The last mile guys, the ones who reach my Senga. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, as we end the award, okay, the Digital Brand of the Year, Diamond Award goes, please, the team from Centenary Bank. Congratulations. Digital Brand of the Year Diamond Award goes to MTN Uganda and MTN Momo. Congratulations. All right. Okay, that will do it for the award. All right, I'll ask the Centenary team to stay on the podium because you'll be joined by all other award winners. Carry Centenary team, winners. Let me just say winners. That is more. Carry your award, please. All of us that have received an award, one person come through for teams, and then with their awards, please. The final group photo, honorable guest of honor. She just moves. Okay, please, one person, especially for teams that were huge. If you have 1, 2, or 3
thank you so
awards,
much.
please come
Whoever
forward.
has an accolade, please come forward. Each organization that has a single accolade should be represented by one person. More than a single accolade, the number, the accolades. Thank you. Let us have that group photo. Let us have that group photo. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Let us have that group photo really fast.
These gentlemen, these ladies and gentlemen exhibit extraordinary excellence in the conduct of duty, especially when rolling out the various services. I would like to call upon the learners from, is it Olive? Please, I want you here. Come. I'm not taking over any further roles, so fees issues, muzisigaze. For now, very smart. There we are. I think for these ones, we can rightly tell them they are the leaders of tomorrow. For us, we were told, tomorrow arrived, tomorrow went. These ones, we can rightly say they are the leaders of tomorrow, not so. Let them come and also take a photo with the minister and our officials. This should serve as inspiration to be able to read harder, be better, and think hard about the challenges that we face as a nation, but more individually as communities. All right. King of Radio, when was the last time you were in school uniform?
That level, that was 1993 or...
Say the truth.
Yeah.
Say the truth. Let's be honest.
I think that 93, 94 was in...
The 1970s were tough.
I think so.
Right,
I think 1980.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming through today. What a beautiful... And in the evening, we have the biggest music celebration in Africa, the HiPipo Music Awards. And of course, before we all set foot out, let's first wait for the Honorable Minister to exit.
As the Minister does that, please, a round of applause.
Yes, can
Thank her for making time.
Exactly.
And blessing our occasion.
Oh, yes, oh, yes. And of course, now is the time to network. Yeah, get to thank each other for winning. Those who have not won, threaten your name that next year it will be me. You can threaten them. Tell them next year it will be definitely me. But thank you very much.
I would like to just do some directing of the media teams that are available and present with us, that opportunities out there to have an interview with the Minister, the CEO, to speak about the transformational nature of the works that are going on as guided by and run under the aegis of the HiPipo Foundation. For the stewards, ladies and gentlemen, many thanks for the good job done. For those of us who came in a little bit later than the rest, this is the very first, but the flagship event is going to be the Digital Impact Awards Africa ceremony a little bit later. That's why you see the glamour and the glitz that is out there. So just transition, both physically, mentally, so that you come and be part of a grand party that is going to be happening a little later. For the sound engineers, ladies and gentlemen, right about now, I need you to take over as we go forward.